Good morning, everyone. I think just about everybody's made it in to the room now for the morning. We're so glad that all you guys came out today and are spending the day with us. My name is Taylor Hicks. I'm the Information Security Officer at CFSB. We partner with Murray State every year to help put this on. We are excited to do that year after year. Really enjoy the honor of getting to work alongside them to help put this on every year. We've got a great lineup today, a lot of great speakers. I'm sure everyone's had a chance to look at the agenda. It's going to be a great morning, great lunch. We're really excited this year. We've got some great names coming in. And again, I just wanted to welcome everybody before we get started. We are so glad you guys came out today, and we're glad that you're here. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Ramage now, and he's going to welcome as well.
All right, welcome. We've been in the theater. We moved over to the ballroom, and one thing doesn't change. Nobody wants to sit on the front row. So I appreciate that. My name is Michael Ramage. I'm the director of the Cyber Educational Research Center here at Murray State, and welcome to Security Matters 2023. We are certainly happy that you are here. We are excited to have this for the We always have this argument, and every year I stand up here and I try to tell you how many years we've been doing this in a row, and every year I mess it up. So we've been doing this for more than 15 years. I'll put it that way, and excited to be doing that again this year with you all. Yes, you've entered a construction zone as well. So I apologize for the construction that's going on. Actually, I don't apologize because we're pretty excited about it. Right now, if you all know our campus, you know the esports area has, 12 or 16 computers. By fall, it's going to be 40 or 50 computers downstairs in this building. So they're pretty excited about that and the changes that are happening for our Curris Center. But if you need the restroom while we're here, the restrooms are back out to our right. Down the hall, those restrooms are certainly available. Every year, it is a challenge when we put together the agenda, and this year it's no different. Sometimes we'll have 20 people that we want to share. Which ones are the right people to share, and how does it flow, and what do we want to do, and how do we make it a little bit different this year than we did last year? And we've tried to do that again. And so you're going to hear from some speakers that are actually there's a pretty good variety from the speakers that we're going to be hearing from today. Sometimes all of those speakers are from here or from our region, and this year we have a speaker from Connecticut, from Washington, from Miami, Nashville, and then one from here. So we actually have speakers that have flown in from all across the country to share with us today, and that's exciting. And our first one, I want to provide a little bit of background. Instead of doing a bio, I want to share a little bit about how we connected. There was an article in the Paducah Sun last year that I read about System Solutions in Paducah partnering with Cyber 74. And to add security to their service offerings. And honestly, I thought, well, that's interesting. We have a lot of MSPs in our region, and I've had numerous conversations with others that don't have that offering, and I thought that would be something that is interesting to see how that integrates. So reached out to System Solution 8-9 months ago and started that conversation about how we might figure out that as a presentation. And Tim Weber, who is the Vice President of Channel Growth for Cyber 74, ended up being the right person to connect with. And so I asked him, and we talked on the phone, I asked him if he would come and share their story about how they created a security practice. And he was happy to do that. He didn't know much about Murray State. And where is he? No, not you. I mean, I saw you. We were talking about Murray State, and it turned out, I don't see him. He's probably out there still talking. and was sharing a little bit about our program and what we do. And it turns out that he shared the speaker circuit with Wes Spencer. I saw Wes here somewhere. So he is a little bit familiar with our program, but Tim, thank you for agreeing to do that. And you can come forward and share a little bit with us.
Awesome. All right, well, thank you, Dr. Ramage, appreciate it. Thank everybody from the Murray State Community Partners at System Solutions. As Dr. Ramage mentioned, my name is Tim Weber, I'm Vice President of Channel Growth with Cyber 74. And just to get it out of the way, I am actually the person that came from Connecticut, which is home of the NCAA men's champion UConn Huskies. So as a resident of Connecticut and an alumnus of UConn, I'm actually contractually obligated to bring that up. So, as Dr. Ramage indicated, we're going to talk a little bit today about, how do we build out our security practice. So our company right now is an organization called Cyber 74, and what we are is a national managed security services provider. So we are headquartered in Northern California, Redding, California, to be specific. But we have team members, essentially all across the country. I'm actually based out of, as I mentioned, Connecticut, with about a half a dozen of others, which is where our original practice started. One question that I always like to get out of the way, because I get this all of the time, is what's the significance of 74? So when we were building out the business last year and trying to come up with a name, we hired some marketing people, and they came up with, I kid you not, the worst list of names ever for a company. It was just awful. So we kind of started to home grow it. And one of the words that we seized on was the word tungsten. And tungsten, for any geology folks in the room, hardest element naturally found in nature. And we really liked it for SEO reasons and didn't work as a company name. But the 74 is actually the periodic number for tungsten. So our team basically provides security services for the small to medium-sized businesses, municipalities, state, county, local government, really across the country and even into British Columbia in Canada. We are part of New Charter Technologies, which is a private equity-backed company that has not only Cyber 74 as an organization, but 22 managed service providers, including System Solutions. So our role is to provide the advanced cybersecurity services to all of their clients and to clients anywhere that need it. Because what we see out there is there's a gap. There's a gigantic gap in the market for security talent to the small to medium-sized businesses. There's a lot of focus on the enterprise and the mid-market, but really the SMB market is just getting crushed at this point. 65+% of the attacks are now against the small to medium-sized business market because the losses are real. Part of what our team does is we do incident response. We do a little bit of that. The smallest organization we ever worked with for an incident was a single proprietor shop. A gentleman that was managing $35 million in assets for his clients. He got hit with a business email compromise, and somebody started to try and wire money out as him. So again, nobody is immune from this, and our team has an absolute passion for trying to help organizations, and our kind of our motto is help organizations be more secure today than they were yesterday. It's an ever-changing game, and it's something that we just need to keep at. So, as I mentioned, Cyber 74 is new. We were spun up last year. My origin story, if I kind of go MCU type aspect here, is I started with a company called Adnet Technologies. Adnet is a managed services provider in the Northeast, 2 offices, Connecticut and upstate New York. And really that's where I started my career. I started with Adnet back in the 90s. Started as a field engineer. I was a certified Novell engineer. For any other old people in the room, you'll get that reference. And kind of worked my way up into a technical leadership role. Security fell under me in the early 2010s. And it was something that I just had a lot of passion for. So, I was chartered with building out our security practice, and I'll kind of go through the lineage here. But, Adnet still has, because Adnet still exists. Again, they're part of the New Charter platform. 3 core areas: managed IT services, cloud, and security. So going through a little bit of our timeline here, We actually started, we had to kind of figure out the math when we were doing this presentation once before of when did we actually start in security? And we figured it was the early 2010s, around 2012 was the best we could do. And that's before security as a separate thing was a thing. But you started to have to do it. You started to have to do PCI questionnaires and things along those lines. But the real kind of leap that we made was in 2015, which is when we dedicated our first resource to it, and I'll talk about that in a couple slides here. But then in 2018, when we actually decided to make cybersecurity its own separate business unit, under AdNet. Previously, it had been under the Infrastructure Services Group. When that happened, I actually flipped roles. I was kind of managing like 15, 20 people to 2. And those of you who are managers in the room know that that's the right way to go when you're trying to manage people. And from there, we continued to build it out. The intention all along when we built out our security, actually carve it off into being its own separate business at some point under its own brand name. And the reason for that was threefold, which is one, for marketing purposes, part of what we do is we sell our services to other MSPs. And having it not be under the AdNet name was something that was going to be kind of less scary from a competitive standpoint. 2, independence reasons. A lot of what our team has done and continues to do is assessments. And it's always a little bit weird and it makes auditors kind of twitch when the same company that's doing the IT support then does the security risk assessment that doesn't necessarily pass the sniff test. So having that be a separate business name. And then the third, candidly, is just liability. There's a fair amount of risk involved in what we do from a service standpoint. So having that be separate was something that we wanted to do. So we continued to grow, and we were actually about to launch ourselves as a separate business called MachBlue Defense in 2021, when unbeknownst to me, AdNet did an equity transaction to become part of New Charter Technologies. So that happened in 2021, and within New Charter, there was actually another managed services provider, one of the other partner companies out in California, that had their own security practice called Digital Umbrella. So rather than having 2 separate security companies within the platform, we made the decision, let's put the 2 things together. So what we did is we took the security arm of AdNet. AdNet still exists as a separate, doing all the other work they do. We took the resources and the services from Digital Umbrella, and then we became part of we became Cyber 74. So that's a little bit of who we are. What I'm going to do now is talk a little bit about how did we get there. What are the things that we did, and what do we think are the things that are what do I think are the important things to kind of know. We will have some time at the end for questions, so please kind of save them up. So when we looked at building a practice, what were the keys to our success? Go back here a second. When we combined with Digital Umbrella back in 2022, we were about a $2 million business. So we're tracking somewhere 3 to 4 at this point. So we actually had a pretty robust practice that we built up. So the first thing that you have to do in building on a cybersecurity practice is you have to actually commit to doing it. This is not something that you can wing. Unlike most everything else in the technical space, you can't just make this up as you go. I can't tell you the amount of things that when I was in the engineering space doing net migrations, the amount of stuff that I would learn in the parking lot before I went into a client, where would kind of shore up my knowledge. You cannot do that in the security space. You cannot do security halfway. There is just too much to it from a knowledge standpoint. There is too much to it from a liability standpoint, and you have to almost have a passion for it, because otherwise, it's going to steamroll you. This is more of I hate to use this word because I don't like to get preachy, but it's more of a calling than it is a profession for a lot of us, at least the people that I know in the space that are good. So you have to dedicate resources to it. And as I go through each one of these, I'm not going to just give platitudes. I'm going to actually tell you what we did at AdNet. So what we did at AdNet to commit I talked about how we split it off into its own practice in 2018. That was the CEO coming to me and saying, Tim, I want you to build out this practice. So we took myself, another resource, a gentleman that had moved over in 2015, one of our top billing resources, and started from the ground up. So you have to you have to kind of put some chips on the table. And this is an area where it can be scary because you may want to try and do it, halfway. But the issue becomes is that there's some seats up here in the front. I know that's going to be awkward, but there's always seats in the front. But you have to dedicate the resources. You have to focus the resources on it, because if you have somebody that's doing security, how many people in the room are MSPs? Just, okay. So for those of you that are MSPs, you can't have resources that are doing a server or firewall migration and then doing security on the side, or doing support, then doing security on the side, because what's always going to take the back seat? The security stuff. The security stuff's not important until it becomes really, really incredibly important. So this is something where you need dedicated resources, you need focus, you need attention, not only to do the work, but to continue learning and grow and develop. So what we did at Adnet is we did those two things. We took our most billable, one of our most billable senior engineers who had an absolute passion for this, and took him out of doing firewalls and cloud migrations and things like that, and put him exclusively into security. And then we actually split that group into its own P&L unit in 2018. Focus. So saying you do security, I work with computers. What does that mean? Security can mean a lot of different things to people. In some cases, maybe it's physical security that somebody's doing. Maybe they're doing access control systems and cameras and biometrics and things like that. Maybe they're doing things such as pen testing, red teaming, incident response, SOC, those types of things. You have to, as you're getting started in this business, you actually have to figure out what it is that you want to do, and then focus on doing it really, really well. This is an area where it's really, really easy to get yourself spread incredibly thin. You have to pick what you're going to do and then focus on that. And I would encourage you, for those of you that are either MSPs or going to MSPs, that figure that thing out and then focus on that before you start adding other things. Because the temptation is, oh, I'm going to do assessments. Oh, I'm going to do pen testing. Oh, I'm going to do SOC work. Oh, I'm going to do incident response. And that just doesn't fly. Especially if you're a small team, because some of those things like digital forensics and incident response, that's the most intense thing that we do in our business. So where we started is we actually took a look at our existing client base, which is what are the things that we saw would be relevant to those organizations. And at Adnet, we started with developing a risk assessment framework and methodology that allowed us to help understand where our clients at. We provide a service to them. It's still actually a service that we provide. It's almost 50% of our business, where we go into an organization, we scan their systems for vulnerabilities, we do reviews of all sorts of different things on their systems, and then we provide them insight and reports that give them actionable intelligence on what are the things that they need to do. One of the cool things with doing assessments like that is, one, for those of you that are MSPs, it creates more work, because you will always find stuff wrong. You will always find things that need to be done. And two is then it actually becomes recurring work, because you do it year after year after year. So we focused on that to start. And then what we did is we started to build out our managed services around that. So we built out a managed SIEM solution, partnering with a security operations center organization. We built out our managed EDR platform, again, partnering with somebody else. And I'll talk about partnering as my last slide here. We then kind of use those two things to kind of fund the development and the build out of the rest of the group. But every time we looked at doing something, we looked to figure out what's the applicability for the client base that we're in. It's very tempting. Incident response and digital forensics is really, really cool stuff. It's really exciting stuff, and we wanted to do it. But we recognized that we had limitations. There was only so much that we could do, so we had to actually kind of take a back seat on that. So educate. This is by far the most important part of building a security practice. And I start with that bulleted sentence, which is risk is not a technical discussion, it's a business discussion. And you cannot have that discussion with clients if you don't have a solid understanding of what risk is and the principles behind it that apply to business and to that specific business. Because the risk that a manufacturer is going to face is incredibly different than a risks that a healthcare practice or a hospital is going to face. And to have those discussions, you need to be educated, not only on the business, the risks, but then how all of that stuff flows into it. And one of the things that's really important to know is that you can have two organizations that are exactly the same, two manufacturers, exact same size, exact same systems, exact same things that they produce, so they have the same risks, but they're going to potentially look at it differently. Because we see some business owners that are really conservative and, if we identify a risk, they will work to address it and resolve it. And some that, they're kind of like riverboat gamblers. Well, we're just going to go and see what happens. My favorite time was working with a cosmetic surgery practice in Massachusetts. And this gentleman doctor, older guy, been doing it forever. He understood HIPAA, but he didn't really care. And it was kind of mind-blowing to us that are practitioners. And, I still remember, because it stopped me in my tracks, when we talked to him once about all of the vulnerabilities he had and the potential impacts of what would happen to his business if he had a security event. And he's like, if I had that, I think I'd probably just close up and retire. Okay, that's one strategy. That's a bold move, Cotton. We'll see how it plays out. So that's the gamut, and you have that, and you have to be able to help people understand. Because the problem is security is scary to people. So you have to help shepherd people along the way. Those of you that are students, one of the single biggest things that you all need to be able to do is you need to be able to communicate. You need to help people understand what the security threats are and how it applies to them and what they need to do to fix it. When we're hiring members for our team, that is important. I don't want to ever gloss over that, but the ability to communicate with other people is the most critical skill, and it is a skill that defines success for people. Okay, I can't say that enough. I'll probably come back to it a few times. Again, security requires a different mindset and different set of skills. Again, if you learn one backup system, you can learn all of them, or you learn how to, manage a SonicWall firewall. It's not going to be that different from a Fortinet or a Cisco or a Palo Alto or something like that. Security isn't like that. There is so much to it. So this is the one bullet that, the one kind of element that will make or break you. And the education goes a lot of different ways. You might think of it as, we just need to get some technical people certified. Yes, but remove the word only, because you need to have those technical people, and that's what we did. I'm in a channel growth, I'm in a kind of revenue focus role, but I have my CISP, I have my CEH certification, I've done the CMMC registered provider certification. So you need to have those things to be able to have those conversations. We have team members that have OSCP, I always mix up the S and the C, GX certifications, all of these different things, because you need to have those technical chops. This is a space where certifications do still matter. Certified ethical hacker, certified pen tester, there's a whole kind of alphabet soup, and then a whole slew of people with Security Plus and some of the other CompTIA ones. But you need to train more than just your security specialists. Who else do you think you need to train? You need to train your sales teams. You need to have people, the people that are out in front of the clients, being able to explain what we do, how we do it, and why it's important. In my role at Cyber 74, the biggest piece of that is education. So in my first 3 months with Cyber 74, all I did was spend time with all of our operating companies, helping them understand what are the security concepts, what are the services that we do, and how to position them. And I also do events like this because we have to educate the public. So, I will talk to literally any group of people about security because I have a passion for it. And I feel that those of us that know cybersecurity have an ultimate responsibility to help other people understand it. Security has come a long way in the last 3 years. People get it. People understand it. But then I hear statistics like the one the other day that just stopped me in my tracks. The statistic I heard the other day was 365 accounts are protected by MFA. Anybody want to take a guess at what that number was? I know it's early, but somebody give me a number, percentage-wise. How much? 10%. 10%? Not quite that bad. Thank you for answering though. 30%. Only 30% of M365, Microsoft 365 accounts are protected by multi-factor authentication. We are failing based off of that. $2.8 billion was lost in business email compromise last year, according to the FBI. $2.8 billion. Cyber attacks are criminal based. They are trying to get money. There's nothing romantic, there's nothing nostalgic about it. These are criminals. It is a big business, and unfortunately, business is very, very good for these people. And I'll tell you, you hear that $2.8 billion in it, and it's so big that it kind of defies logic. Our team last year, in some of the engagements that we worked 3 business email compromises from December 2021 to March 2022. $1.2 million in losses across those 3 incidents. That's real money, folks. And this stuff is happening every single day. For every incident that you hear of on television, there's 200 plus incidents that are happening because if somebody doesn't have to report it, there's no upside to it, at least until some of the legislation comes through. There's the Biden administration put out some guidelines last year that the 18 critical industry sectors are going to have to start reporting and ceases in the kind of the rulemaking process of that. So when you educate, you have to educate your technical teams, you have to educate your sales teams, educate your specialists, you also have to educate your technical teams. Because the worst thing that could happen to me as a security expert is if I'm preaching security over here and I got a network engineer that's putting in systems with 4-character passwords, no expiration, open RDP to the world and things like that. Then we're just kind of fighting ourselves at that point. Security is everyone's job. It's not just the propeller heads that are doing the security work. It's everybody it's everybody in the organization's job to do security. And we all, as security practitioners, have to do more to help organizations understand what the risks are and more importantly, what can they do? Because it can be, if you're a small business owner, if you own a small accounting firm, small medical practice, it's overwhelming when you look at this, and especially with the absolute onslaught of route and the 800-page cyber insurance questionnaires and things like that. We have to help people, and you have to help people understand that it is a journey. It is not something where, okay, Tim's team comes in, does this assessment, we're done, and now everything's good and happy. You could fix everything, and in 2 months, you're going to have new vulnerabilities. Actually, 2 weeks, really. You're going to have new vulnerabilities. Because new vulnerabilities are found every single day. Your systems change every day, whether you realize it or not, and the business changes. So we have to keep doing that. So what did AdNet do? I mentioned before, we made some significant investments in training and certification resources for our team. We continued to build that out. We put all of our technical team through Security Plus. We had them all do that. We spent oodles and boatloads of time with our sales teams, trying to help them understand how to convey this message, because it's better now than what it was. But some of the biggest fallacies out there is a lot of small businesses think, well, this will never happen to me. I'm too small. I don't have any data that people are interested in. I'm protected because I have a firewall and antivirus. None of those things are true. Every business has data that's important to them. Every business has information. Every business has dollars. And again, this is not, with very few exceptions, this is not something where we see people getting individually targeted. These attackers, the way they work is they're running scripts to look for a vulnerable Exchange server that's open to the internet, or a firewall management interface that's open to the internet, or they're sending out 1 million spam emails, with some type of command and control payload to gain a foothold into somebody's network. It's a numbers game. And all you have to do is be kind of more secure than the next person. Where I live in Connecticut, we have bears. We have a lot of bears. And the joke is that when you're out hiking in the woods and you encounter a bear, you don't have to be faster than the bear. You just have to be faster than whoever you're hiking with. And come on, guys. I know it's early, but that was funny. So, tough crowd this morning. Cybersecurity is the same way. You have to be incrementally more protected than the next organization. And you have to recognize that it's never, ever done. You will never be there, because we always have to fight that balance between security and usability. And there's a level of pragmaticism that goes into that, because if it were, if it would up to me as a cybersecurity practitioner, everybody's computers would be locked in a room like in that first Mission Impossible movie, the one where Tom Cruise had to kind of not a lot of noise and stuff like that. That's great from a security standpoint, but it scores a -10 on the usability scale. So, we always have to find that balance, and we have to recognize that it's like the Cold War. With all of these attackers, they continue to go through, they continue to find new ways. We find new ways to stop them. They realize that their business model is not working. I mean, that's how ransomware has gotten so terrible at this point. Is when we saw ransomware in the early 2010s, it was a matter of encrypting your data and holding it hostage, and you pay the ransom to unlock it. Well, what was the best solution to that? Having better backup systems, right? And everybody spent tons of money on systems from Datto and ConnectWise and Acronis and a whole slew of people. And then the attackers realized, hey, we're not making as much money. We're not getting the ROI on our ransomware events that we used to get. So what did they do? They started exfiltrating. They changed their business model, and they started exfiltrating data. And I tell you, that's a potential business-ending event for somebody if they have a security event happen and a copy of all of their data gets exfiltrated, and now the attackers go, yeah, you have to pay us that $600,000 in Bitcoin, or we're going to release your data on the out in the dark web. So that's, and I could tell you, we never advocate to people to pay the ransom, because it's like funding terrorists. But sometimes from a business standpoint, an organization doesn't have a choice. If you're a law firm and you have medical information, banking information, confidential information on 10,000 people, you don't have a choice. And almost every single time where I've seen the ransom paid, it's either because there has been data exfiltrated, or in one case, we worked with a lobbying firm that they were so concerned that it might have happened that they still paid the ransom. So again, these are real things that are happening out there. The other thing that we did was we helped to educate our own clients, because a lot of times folks thought, well, because we were doing this, that must mean we're taking care of everything. So we went through and did this, what's called a security health check program, where we helped the clients understand what we were actually covering them for and what were still the gaps. And that was good, because as one of my friends, former security administrator, security executive in one of our partner companies said, you're going to have the security talk with someone at some point. Do you want to have it before an event happens or after an event happens? Before. So, because there's nothing worse than having an organization think that you're taking care of them for this, that, and the other thing, and the reality is that you're not. So those of you that are MSPs in the room, make sure your clients understand what the boundaries are, and make sure your contracts and your MSAs and everything like that is written really tightly around that, because that's just absolutely critical. So grow. Hopefully you've had success with the first three things. You're going to continue to grow and build things out. And how do you do that? Well, there's a lot of different ways. I mean, our team is fortunate because New Charter is backed by private equity money, so we have funding to do some things that if we were trying to kind of bootstrap would take a little bit longer. But the biggest thing is you have to look at, what do your clients need? Where do you see gaps in the market? And where can you actually fit those gaps? Just because you see a gap in incident response, if you don't have the people, the process, the technology, all the things to do that, doesn't necessarily mean that you can do it. So for us, we started to get out into more areas. We started to do penetration testing. We started to do compliance work. In Connecticut, where we are, there is a ton of defense contractors, and in 2020, the federal government released the Cybersecurity Maturity Model Certification, also known as CMMC, which is a set of standards that anybody involved in the Defense Department supply chain has to follow, theoretically by 2026, but we'll see. We're waiting for the new set of rules to come out. In Connecticut, with everything that all the jet engines, the submarine manufacturing, the firearms, and all of the sub-industries that go into that, we were seeing a ton of requests for that. So we actually started to build out that practice. We're actually rolling that out nationwide at this point. We started to do a little bit more in the way of incident response. So again, it's building blocks, and you have to grow smart, because we talked about it before. You can't wing these things. There've been one or two times where I have done that. If I'm being completely candid with the group here, and it was a little bit scary. One of the first incidents we worked, we were maybe skiing over the tops of our skis a little bit. And it was something where we had to kind of continually refocus and make sure that we weren't going to put the client in a bad spot, and we weren't going to put ourselves into a bad spot either. And I think that's absolutely key, because you have to have integrity when you do these things. Security is the ultimate trust business. People are putting their livelihoods in your hand. I'm not pontificating when I say organizations that have security events could go out of business as a result of it. Now I haven't seen any data post-pandemic or whatever the world phase we're in right now, but certainly before the pandemic, there were a number of businesses around the country, including one that call center somewhere in the Midwest. 330 people lost their jobs because that organization got hit with a ransomware event and couldn't recover from it. So again, this threat's real. It's an existential threat to these businesses. So last thing I want to hit is the concept of partnering. I mentioned it before. When we're building out our organization, we actually leverage some outsourced security operations centers for our SIEM solution as well as for our managed EDR. We've actually, as we've grown, we've actually started to pull some of that work back internally as we became Cyber 74. So we actually have our own security operations center that manages our SIEM solution. But by leveraging those outside resources, that allowed us to grow quicker. Because when I talked about the fact that we were a $2 million a year business when we jumped in with, and became Cyber 74, that was based off of 5 people. That's all we were at the time. So we would not have been able to do the things that we could have did do, without having those outside resources. But even beyond that, you have to, what's the Clint Eastwood quote? A man's got to know his limitations. Cybersecurity is a really good example of that. We work with national accounting firms. To this day, we work with organizations that we send work to because either we don't have the expertise for it, or maybe it's at a scale that's too big for us. We work with an organization where they were rolling out a new system to IoT devices in vehicles, and they wanted somebody to check the security of those hardware devices in the vehicles. It was really interesting work, but excuse me, but we didn't have the resources for it. We didn't have the talent for it. So we brought in somebody who brought in some resources from Israel, and they were able to jump into it. I'm very transparent when it comes to our clients and to my partners in New Charter as to what we can do and what we can't do. But if I can't say yes to something, I never want to just say no. I want to say, we can't do this, but I know these folks that can do this for you. So that's really, really big to me, and I do that on a semi-regular basis. I don't ever want to turn away work, but I always want to make sure we're doing right by the clients. Now, correspondingly, we provide help to other MSPs. We see a lot of other MSPs that don't have the security resources that we have, the security expertise, the security talent, and maybe they don't have the desire to, because security people are expensive. We're kind of a finicky bunch. There's a lot of prima donnas in security, and I would actually say that if the team was sitting here. So it can be a handful, and it's an entirely different business model. So we're now in a position where we actually provide cybersecurity services to other managed services providers. We will partner with them on that. That's really how our model with New Charter works. If our friends at System Solutions have a security opportunity, we work with them to make sure we're taking care of the client. And we can do that for anyone, basically, nationwide. Listen, there's more security work out there than there are people to do it. I'm sure you've heard it all. Those of you that are students up here in the front row, this is a great field to get into. I'm going to put in a shameless plug for the consulting industry, because the consulting industry needs more of you all. I love, Dr. Ramage, I love what you guys are doing here, because this is a critical need. This is a critical need for our economy. we're at a point where the impact of cybersecurity events can't be overstated. I mean, you saw it a year ago, 2 years ago now with the Colonial Pipeline, where people couldn't get gas in the southeast part of the US because of a cybersecurity event. Imagine an attack on an electrical system or the banking systems. We're at a point where all of this technology is so interwoven into everything that we do that the disruption factor of it is severe. And I'll end with this, which is realize that you're never, and sorry to you students, because you're probably hoping we get out in 4 years and then we're done. You're not done. You're not ever done. And that's why I jump back to what I talked to you about before, which is this is a calling. This is a passion. You have to love what you do. You have to be plugged in. You have to be listening to the podcast. You have to be on Twitter or whatever in the world comes next after Twitter, listening to the different security, following the different security people out there, because that's how you're going to learn. Learn from experts and be humble about it. The smartest people I know are the most humble. So with that, thank you all for your time. Any questions? I think we got like 3 or 4 minutes. Yes, sir.
Let me ask you a question. Something I think Southern voice, I might not need it. Let me ask you a question. That if we take cybersecurity and put it in 2 buckets, pre-pandemic, post-pandemic, okay? And you use the pandemic in the middle. Do we see that cyber events, even though they increase, that the saturation is lower? Because if we sent people home, they had to MFA the VPN, they had to do a lot more. The knowledge that we had to give them just to work has, what are your thoughts on that? I think about that often, that it's horrible as it sounds. Is the pandemic a good thing for cybersecurity? Because it taught people, because we had to educate a lot of people very
Sure.
quickly.
No, that's a great question. I think that, as with everything else, the pandemic upended everything. And part of it was, where I think the good part was, is everybody thought that when we were all in an office, we're in this protective cocoon, this bubble behind our firewall, and everything's fine and we're safe. We weren't. That's another one of those fallacies. I think there was some good aspects to it because people have gotten more educated, but the problem is now the targets have become more dispersed. And in some ways, I actually think it's gotten worse because in a lot of areas, the things that we used to do as face-to-face communication have now been replaced by email, IM, and text and things like that. And business email compromise is by far the biggest loss, from a cybersecurity event. So I think it's a double-edged sword. What's interesting now is we're now seeing something that we call MFA fatigue, which is people have gotten used to MFA, which is cool, but now they've gotten so used to MFA that they click approve no matter if they did something and sign on. And we see an attack every couple months where somebody's MFA pops up in the middle of the day or something like that, and they just click approve without realizing that somebody came in. So I think it's certainly increased awareness. I think awareness has gone up, overall. It's an interesting perspective. So I think with a little bit, but I think that the knowledge that people had to have has been kind of tipped. The scales have been tipped by the fact that now there's more targets for them to go after. So.
All right, well, I think that Tim's going to be around for a while. So
Yeah, I'll be here all day.
if you have a question, we're up against it. Please come visit. And actually, I'm going to go ahead and say what I was going to tell you. We can't do these events for free with sponsors. And there are 2 pages of sponsors that are in your program. Most of those sponsors are outside with a booth as well. Please go visit them and tell them thank you. First of all, talk to them because every single one of them have good quality products and services that they're offering, and I know that because most of them have our graphics, so of course they're awesome. But also, when you're talking to them, make sure they give you a ticket. Each vendor out in the hallway has tickets. Those tickets at the end of the lunch are going to be for a couple of drones, a couple of Rokus, and a couple of headphones. So those tickets, if visit all the booths, you can get 6 or 8 tickets. I don't care how many tickets you have, but you gotta have those tickets and you gotta be here at the end to be able to win those. So please, first of all, it is those sponsors that are helping to pay for our breakfast this morning. We'll have a break after our next speaker, paying for that food, and also our lunch. So thank you all, and we'll talk more about them as the day goes on, but thank you very much.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
All right. Thanks again to Mr. Tim Weber for coming and sharing with us. That was a great presentation, lots of great information. Our next speaker for Mr. Steve Sanders. He comes up to us with several years of experience at CSI. He's been in internal audit for several years, and now he's in the role of Chief Information Security Officer. In his LinkedIn, he describes himself as a cybersecurity evangelist, and he's going to be coming to us today, talking to us about conducting effective cybersecurity training. So it's going to be a great speech. We're really excited to have him, and he's going to come up and share with you now. So welcome, Mr. Steve Sanders.
All right, first thing I can say is hold on tight, because this is about a 50-minute presentation, and we're going to get it done in 30, so. All right, so we're not going to go over the bio a whole lot. You can read the slide. I'm going to tell you the most important thing, because I know a whole lot of you in this room. I got childhood friends in here, co-workers, people I went to college with, a lot of people in here I know. Most important thing you need to know is last night at 8:30 p.m., I had a grandbaby born, so it rocks. Okay, so when it comes to cybersecurity, here's what you need to know. Cybersecurity education, no matter how effective it is of a holistic cybersecurity program. Another way of saying that is if you have a steering wheel in a car that is a great steering wheel, that is only so effective if you don't have an engine, a transmission, car seats, and everything else. So this is not replacing anything else you do. It is a supplement to whatever else you do. So IT security, the controls we put into place are critical. But if you ignore the human aspect of what you're doing in your organizations, you are asking for a problem. They are your first line of defense, and most people, frankly, don't care about cybersecurity like you do. And so you have to be doing things to help them understand it a little bit better. So the purpose of cybersecurity training, it helps employees understand the potential risks and threats in their systems, networks, and devices. Wow, that is yawn-worthy. Who cares, right? That's an official definition off the internet. The real thing we're getting at with cybersecurity training is behavioral change. And if you do not cause behavioral change, cybersecurity training is worthless. You're going through an exercise that produces no results, and it is wasting your time, and it is wasting everyone else's time. The cybersecurity training you give has to be something that somehow increases the awareness of your user base, or it is worthless. So we're going to first talk about BJ Fogg and the Fogg behavior model. By the way, if you have anything in life that you need to change, any kind of habit you need to instill, you need to buy Fogg's book, Tiny Habits. Great ideas in the book, great information about how we can improve what we're doing in our lives and instill new habits. If you look at the left side of the curve, we got motivation. At the bottom, we have ability. And in the middle, we have this green line, which signifies where prompts are effective in adopting a new habit. What this amounts to is if your motivation is low and your ability to do whatever it is difficult, you are not going to be in the success area of this curve. You're going to fail. So let me give a real life example. My sister was a smoker years ago, and my stepdad offered to pay her $500 to quit smoking. He said, if you quit smoking for 6 months, I'm going to give you $500. She lasted 5 months and 28 days. How do you do that, by the way? I mean, $500 for 2 more days, I would have done it. But for her, the motivation was not enough, and it was difficult to do. So the prompt, the $500, was not effective in helping her stop smoking. It wasn't enough. Another example, when I was in grade school, my stepdad told me, he said, if you bring an A home, I'm going to pay you $2, and if you bring me a B home, I'm going to pay you $1. And my answer was, that's a lot of work for an A and a B. I'm not gonna do that much work for $1 and $2. So the point is, we have to have enough motivation to do what we need to do, and we have to have the ability to do it. So that's where we come in. As security experts, we need to find ways to make the hurdles smaller to accomplish whatever it is we want to do. Now, many of you in the room are in IT and obviously in security as well. Here's the thing that I've noticed over time. As IT experts and security experts, we have a really bad habit. We like to make things complicated. We don't like to make things easy. And I think what's going on is, to us, we understand what we're doing, but we forget that our audience, our users, are on a different level than we are in understanding what we're doing. In some cases, they don't understand what we even consider the basics. They don't understand, for example, what MFA even stands for. And so we're often making the hurdle so high that they are looking for ways around the hurdles. But when they're doing that, they're subverting your security. So we need to be thinking from our perspective, how do we simplify it? And then we need to be giving them motivation to do this better. And that motivation comes partially through training. There's other things that can happen. You can have positive and negative motivations, and we'll get into some of those things as we go through here. So the challenges we face when it comes to cybersecurity are multifold. You can see them on the slide here. Number one is boredom. Frankly, cybersecurity training most of the time is boring. Hold on, let me ask a question. How many of you have a cybersecurity training program at your organization? And how many of you, keep your hands up if you would say it's great? There's a few hands that are up, not many. But here's the thing, most cybersecurity training programs are not great. In fact, they're terrible. They're exercises in compliance. Next is disinterest. Your audience doesn't care. Cybersecurity is not what they're interested in, so you have to find a way around that. And then, sorry, I can't read my slide. Information overload is next. We give them too much information in a short period of time. We're going to talk about how to combat that. And then finally, irrelevance. We cover many things that aren't that important to them. All right, so baseline considerations when we're talking about cybersecurity training, and I know this is a lot. 9 is a lot of baseline considerations, but we need to think about these things as we go through this. Number one, it needs to be, by that, we live in a fast food society. Nobody has an attention span longer than 90 seconds. So we have to think, how do we get the cybersecurity training to them quickly in a very succinct fashion? Number two, it has to be entertaining. Long gone are the days where you can give someone a training and expect them to learn something from it if there's no entertainment value to that. It has to appeal to them in some way. It has to be personal. Now, this is where it gets real. Every one of us in this room are interested in security in some way, right? For us, we know why we need to be secure, but our users don't. And our obligation to make this personal goes deeper than your organization, because if your employees, if your customers are really good at cybersecurity at home, guess what? They're going to be really good at cybersecurity at the office too. And so you need to be sure you're helping to make this personal, where they understand the importance of what you're talking about. And that blends right into the relevant aspect. And I'll go a little further with this. If your cybersecurity training program is covering things that do not apply at your organization or to your users, you're wasting your time, because it's irrelevant. They don't care at that point, and they check out. And then it has to be varied. This is really important. We have learned over the last 20 years especially, and really it goes back more like 60 or 70, but we've really gotten good in the last 20 years at realizing that everyone learns differently. For me, give me a book. I'm going to sit down, I'm going to read the book, and I love that. For my wife, give her a cartoon. Okay? Now, that is not in any way downplaying my wife. Don't take it that way. What I'm saying is, she learns through something funny and entertaining. I learn through facts. And so we all learn different. And if you're reaching out to your users, you need to think about a varied approach to your security training so that you reach more people. You reach them where they're at. Next, it has to be meaningful. By meaningful, I mean when the user is done with the training, they need to actually believe it made a difference in what they're doing. It has to be regular. We love doing our annual cybersecurity training. That's really effective because 30 days later, nobody remembers what you even talked about. So it has to be really regular. You've got to, in marketing, there's something called a drip campaign. That's what needs to happen with cybersecurity is a drip campaign. You need to be constantly dripping out your training to them. You have to have reinforcement with that, and we'll talk about some reinforcement ideas in a little bit. And then I think the last one says intentional. Forgive me, I can't see some of the slides over there. So types of training. We're going to talk about traditional training programs that we have. Number one is computer pay. A lot of us do that because it is easy, and there is an easy way to validate that you have done the training. So Kelly works at a bank. One of the most important things we have to do at banking is prove that training happened, right? And so you have to have some way to show that training happened. Computer-based training is perfect for that. You have a quiz at the end, 10 questions that nobody cheats on, right? Nobody talks to their neighbor and shares the answers. I mean, surely we don't do that. But it does validate that you did the training. The second thing is live sessions, and these are really important because live sessions are typically more dynamic and they help to address current issues right at that point. Phishing training. If you are not doing phishing training, quite frankly, you are negligent. Now, I don't believe phishing training is the end all at all. It is one component of effective cybersecurity training. But if you are not teaching your users how to be smart when it comes to phishing, then you are failing. Blunt words, but it's reality. I have KnowBe4 listed up here, and the reason I list KnowBe4 because frankly, no one even touches them right now with the quality of training. There's some other good ones out there, but KnowBe4 has the best out there. And by the way, they don't just do phishing training. I'm not invested in KnowBe4, not anymore anyway. They're private now, so I make no money off this. But their phishing training, their phishing simulation is good, but their training material is good too. And then finally, posters. Now you may say posters. What do you mean posters? All right, men in the room, question for you. If a poster is appropriately placed in the men's restroom, will you read that poster? Every single time you go to the men's restroom, you will read the same. You don't care because it is appropriately placed. Appropriately placed does not mean on the bulletin board in the break room because no one reads that. No one cares about what's on that unless someone has a kitten, eggs, or they do small engine repair. Nobody cares about the bulletin board in the break room. Creative training options. So let's step it up a little bit. Pop-ups on computers. You can do things like when you log in, you can give messages. And those messages can be cybersecurity tips. But don't leave them stale. And don't always give a cybersecurity tip. Hide an Easter egg there every once in a while. The first person to solve this riddle gets a $10 Starbucks gift card. Has nothing to do with cybersecurity, but it will ensure that every time somebody logs into their computer, they read what the message is because they want to find out if they have a chance to win some bad coffee. Yeah, I hate Starbucks, by the way. Marketing, I love great coffee, but I hate Starbucks. Marketing collateral. Work with your marketing teams to be sure that what you're giving out is appealing. You're not experts in marketing. That's not your job. Work with people who are experts in marketing to be sure you are reaching your audience appropriately through whatever you do. Short, entertaining videos. Normally when I give this presentation, I show a video right now. We don't have time for that today. But if you go out on the internet and you search for free cybersecurity training on YouTube, there is an unbelievable amount of really good stuff out there, and it's only 3 minutes long. And guess what? It's continuous, so there's more of it than just the one you're watching. So you really want to find out what happens to Stupid Steve in the next video. So you keep watching because it actually captured your attention. You can also do in-house made videos, and we'll talk a little bit about that in a minute. And then finally, discussion groups. I love the idea of discussion groups. Not something we've implemented yet, but I love this idea. So when people fail your phishing simulations, we love to give them training afterwards. However, all the data out there shows that is totally ineffective. It is making no difference at all in whether they click on the link or not. Stupid people will do what stupid people do, okay? So you have to figure out a way to reach them differently. And you can do that through discussion groups. And so you can bring everybody that failed this time into a discussion group along with some other people who didn't fail. And don't tell people who failed, don't say that it was Andy that failed this, but, instead bring everybody in together and then discuss what went out, the phishing exercises, and discuss, hey, what about this would have made you not click on it? Well, now that I think about it, I don't have an Amazon account tied to my work email, so why would I have clicked on that? I mean, it's kind of stupid, right? So in doing that, you add a little bit of peer pressure because the people who didn't click are pretty smart, usually. And so they're saying, well, that just, misspelled words and doesn't even look right. Why would I click on it? Now, by the way, a lot of phishing is really good. I don't mean to discount it. But by sharing that floor with some people who did pass it, you help put a little peer pressure onto people. Words of influence. We're going to talk about Robert Cialdini a minute. By the way, he's one of my favorite authors. I'm not going to read the quote to you. Robert Cialdini wrote a book called Influence, at least the latest edition, 7 different factors of influence or weapons of influence. That we're only going to cover 6 of those because I think the 7th one he added later is maybe just to publish another edition of the book. I'm not sure. It's not as good. So the 6 things we're going to talk about are, number 1, reciprocity. Let me stop for a minute. Why do we care about how we influence people? Every little thing we do matters. And if one of these items changes your success rate by 1%, it may be worth it, depending on the effort that goes into it. So you have to think of everything you can throw at it. So reciprocity is first. What is reciprocity? You scratch my back and I'll scratch yours, right? So what does that mean in our workplace? How do we apply that to cybersecurity? When you bring a new employee on, maybe you give them a mug that has a catchy cybersecurity saying on it. Guess what? You have given that employee something, and now they want to return that. They may not realize they do, but subconsciously, they want to return that. We see this in real life. When you go to a restaurant, how many waiters or waitresses give you a piece of chocolate? Did you know that that piece of chocolate causes you to tip on average 17% higher? Because they gave you something. So reciprocity works. Scarcity. This is tough for us to use when we're doing cybersecurity education and training. How do you use scarcity for this? Well, maybe you implement a point-based system. If people go through enough training through the year, they can get points for all the training go through. At the end of the year, they can cash the points in for some pretty cool swag. So maybe you issue a video out on a Tuesday and you say for 48 hours. If you don't watch it in 48 hours, you don't get the points. And you may say, well, that's crazy. Who's going to do that? Okay, seriously? How many of you in here have seen the pop-up on the internet that said this offer is only good for 3 more minutes? 259, 258. And you get pressured and you know better, every single one of you know better, but it still pressures you into making a decision fast. And so this is a way, using scarcity, to help move people into doing the training in a quicker way. We all struggle going through our trainings in a timely manner every year. This is a way to help get people through the training faster in some cases. Authority. I'm going to share a little secret with you. If the top level people in your company discount your training program, just give up. Because it's ineffective at that point. It is that meaningful. So that doesn't mean you just quit training, but seriously, at that point your training is not going to carry that much weight. So you have to be sure your senior leaders are on board with this and what they're saying actually supports what you're doing. Because if they aren't supportive of it, people listen to that. We follow figures of authority, even if we don't think we do. We tend to gravitate behind that. That's why we see celebrities promoting things that they have no idea what it is, because we want to follow the celebrity. I mean, seriously, what does so-and-so know about this? Nothing. And why do I care about their opinion? I don't. But yet, because they're on a movie or on TV, we feel some pressure to follow that. Consistency. So consistency is interesting. What that means is we tend to want to do what we have already agreed to do in some fashion. We also tend to want to continue down a path we're going. So let me give an example. Years ago, I sold cars. One of the techniques they taught us when I sold cars was that if you can get a person to say yes 3 times in a row, the 4th time they're likely to say yes too. So that's the time to offer the car. And it works. So that's one way of doing this. Another consistency thing that is much more powerful is when your employees start, and maybe once a year thereafter, you present a statement to them that says, I am aware that my cybersecurity responsibility here is important, and I will not click on phishing emails, and I will, whatever you want to do in there, whatever you want to put in it, 3 sentences or so, and then you have them physically sign it. Not computer sign, not checkbox, physically sign it, because they then have serious pressure to be consistent with what they have already said they would do. And that signature matters. Liking. This is tough. This is going to hurt some of your feelings. If you're the one giving the training at your place of business and you're not likable, people aren't going to listen to you. And some of us just aren't likable. And that's okay. Go find somebody else to give the training. It's all right, but there is a likability factor there. People want to do what people they like are doing. And then finally, consensus. This is really important. So consensus is, and we talked about the discussion groups a minute ago, the peer pressure. So let's say you do your phishing at finished ours for the quarter. We only had a 1.83 fish failure rate. That's great, by the way. Not bragging? Yeah, I am. We do really good at that. 1.83 failure rate. Now, my job is to be sure everybody knows that we only have 1.83 of you in this company that are stupid. Okay? Sorry, you can't say it that way, that'll hurt their feelings, but people will get pressure when they feel like they are less than 2% on the loser scale. Let me tell you, they're not going to continue down that path, okay? And I'll give you a real good example. A bank I just spoke to the other day on this, the lady rushed up afterward and she said, wow, you are so right about that. We did that at our bank. And we had one lady who failed every single time. And we pointed out that we had less than 5% people who failed phishing exercises. And she came to my office afterwards. She said, thanks for calling me out. Was she called out? No, she wasn't called out at all. Nobody knew who it was. But that lady said she never failed a phishing email test again. People do not want to be part of the loser crowd. Types of training, continuing down this path. Out of the box thinking. We've talked about commitments. Contest work. Listen, we talked about Charbucks a minute ago. People will jump through hoops of fire to get a $5 Charbucks gift card. I hope nobody in here works at Starbucks. If you do, I'm sorry. The rest of you, I don't care. If you like the coffee, you haven't had good coffee. So contests matter, though. People love to win something, even $5, okay? Games. KnowBe4 has some games with their training, and so do some other providers. We like games, right? We like playing games, and so you can play a little game of old Space Invaders emulator that has cybersecurity saying in it, and guess what? You do learn a little bit from that. And so you can also use games like the first 5 people who report this phishing test this month win such and such. But you can build on that a little bit, and you can even give them recognition. People sometimes will do a lot for just recognition, which I think we'll get to in a minute. In-house videos, if you've had somebody do something really bad, but they're willing to share their vulnerability, those in-house videos matter. Because people look at that person, they say, wow, yeah, If they did it, I can fall for it. And so those in-house videos make a difference. They help people to see that this is a real problem that everybody goes through. And then stories goes right into that. The opportunity to tell meaningful, real stories, not made up things, but real stories, touch people. It helps people to realize there's something here to learn. Final person we're going to talk about is Perry Carpenter. Perry Carpenter wrote a book, Transformational Security Awareness. If you're at all interested in this topic, that's a great book to read. And so he talks about when you come to the human side of security, you must treat the knowledge, intention, behavior gap, which we'll go over in a minute, as a fundamental law of reality that affects any behavior change you hope to encourage or discourage. And what that really boils down to is this: it doesn't matter what people know, it matters what they do. So I don't care if you know it. If you're not doing the right thing, it doesn't matter to me if you know it. So we're really trying to figure out how do we get them all the way to the behavior side of this, not stopping at knowledge and not stopping at intention. And so through this, the knowledge, again, is that mental understanding of whatever it is you're trying to help them get to. The intention is the desire, which we talked about ways to influence that, this whole presentation, the desire to do whatever that thing is. And then the behavior, again, is that ultimate outcome you're after. So you have to think about everything you're doing. How do I do this in a way where I'm ultimately going to influence the behavior at the end of this? I don't care if they pass the test. I care if they are secure. That's what I care about. And so how do I make sure that we're getting this across the finish line at the end? So some other options for training: performance evaluations. This is going to hurt some of your feelings too. Personal opinion, and no, I have not won this side, but I'm going to give you my personal opinion. If you fail a fishing exercise a couple of times during a year, there's no way you should get an exceeds expectations on your performance evaluation. Does that sound pretty tough? What if you worked at a bank and twice during the year you left the front door open when you left the bank? Would you get an exceeds expectations on your performance evaluation? No. There's some real merit here to think about this. And maybe if you don't complete your annual training by the deadline, you can't get an exceeds expectations. Now, you have to get HR on board with this. And let me tell you, HR, sometimes they're the biggest offenders, right? So you got a tough battle to get HR on board with this, but there's some real merit there. Bonuses, we talked about gift cards and things of that nature, but you can also give monetary bonuses. But people really like days off. People will do anything for a day off. So maybe the cybersecurity all-star of the quarter of the year gets a day off. And then we talked earlier about public recognition. To have the president or the CEO say, you know what, this quarter we had one person who did not click on any phishing emails, and they haven't clicked on a phishing email for 2 years, and that's Mary. Well, Mary then is not ever going to click on a phishing email again. She won't even click on a legitimate email because she doesn't want to blow that at that point, okay? So it's, that public recognition goes a long way. So as we wrap up, a disclaimer: you can hammer in a nail with a screwdriver. I've done that, by the way. I grew up in West Kentucky, and if the hammer is not handy, you might try the screwdriver, right? You can get the nail in, it just doesn't work that well, and you're likely to end up frustrated with a poor outcome and a hurt hand. Point is, be sure you're using the right tools as you are training people. Be sure you're using every tool in your toolbox, because the outcome of that is much better than it is if you attempt to only hammer this in someone's head. All right, a few resources for you if you're interested in anything I've talked about. These are the books that I've referenced. You might want to take a picture if that's something you're interested in. I'll give you about 5 seconds. If you want to reach out to me afterwards, you can email me at steve.sanders@csiweb.com, or if you're brave enough, you can scan that QR code and connect with me on LinkedIn. Otherwise, you can just search for Steve R. or Stephen R. Sanders, I can't remember which, on LinkedIn. All right, we're going to open it up for questions.
Questions? While you're thinking about your question, I will say, I asked Steve to share today on Monday, Tuesday of this week. We had a couple of speakers that had some major family medical issues, and talking about scrambling. He went way up on my list for agreeing to say yes to this. And then the fact that he just had a grandbaby, meaning I have a former student that has a grandbaby, he lost those steps. Well, in serious, all seriousness, congratulations on that.
Yeah, thanks.
Questions? Come on, you got questions. I know security training is your favorite thing.
So if you're not asking questions, it either means I did great or I bored you silly. So somebody help me out here and ask a question.
I really want to know whether or not that QR code is a trick.
It is not. Got a question over here? I do, and it sucks. Hey, so all seriousness, I roast my own coffee. That's how nerdy I am about coffee. So like, I'm pick on all coffee, but Starbucks is real high on the list.
So from the standpoint of administration, getting them on board, which administration is, but you just give them facts, but just say, this is why we need to educate our users, because, we may really, I ain't got time for that, I'm too busy for this, I've already got too much, you know, and like you said, leadership doesn't matter.
Yeah, I wish that was an easy answer. It really depends on who you're talking to, and you need to spend a little bit of time under what motivates them. You know, with some people, what motivates you don't want to end up on the front page of a paper, because that could be disastrous depending on your business. For others, it could be that, you know, you teach them that this isn't going to be a laborious process. It's actually going to be fun, and that people are going to enjoy a lot of this. So we're not shoving this terrible training down their throat. We're actually doing something good and entertaining. With others, you may just have to sit down and get very, very factual about the effectiveness of training. Did you know that quality training reduces the cost of a data breach by a factor of 12? The data breach cost down by 12 times. I mean, that's pretty important stuff. So it really does depend, but I think you have to look at who you're talking to, and you need to figure out who the decision maker is. Because if you're going to the wrong person, it doesn't matter if you win them over, because they've got to go win somebody else over. And if you win over somebody in marketing with a certain message, but they have to sell the CEO, and the CEO's a numbers guy, I mean, you need the audience, not your intermediary.
More questions?
I believe you mentioned that 1.8% was your failure rate.
Yeah.
So I was curious if you can talk about when that number was higher and what you think was the most effective change in the
Yeah.
change that caused that.
So a few things, actually. Years ago, we had a stronger stance on it now than we do now. And by that, I mean, if you failed your phishing training 10 years ago 2 times, you might not have a job. I think that is too harsh now. I think the phishing is too good to go down that route. So, but that did help quite a bit. The other thing is that we have talked this up a lot within our company, and so what we typically have is we have company. And as soon as town criers, I mean, not, whiners, towners, as soon as they see a phishing email, they blast that out everywhere for everybody to see it. And they ruin my phishing test sometimes because of that. The other thing, and this is more effective on non-know-before training, but we have put so many technical controls in place that our pen testers cannot get a phishing email through them without our assistance. And so that certainly helps too. But the know before is where we get the 1.8%. I think that number can get better, but I think part of it is just that historic continuing to stress the importance of it. And years ago, there was a bit of an embarrassment factor with it. I mean, you'd get a call to the office if you were the person that did that. You had to explain it. I actually think that's very effective to have, you know, a phone call from somebody high up that says, you know, you can come talk to me about why you failed that fishing exercise. Do you understand what risk you're putting us at? We haven't done that real well, except in one part of our company. We had a guy there that's just how he was. But it's a lot of things. I think you've got to throw everything you can at it. Technology matters, training matters, a good workforce that understands the importance matters. So it's a lot of things coming in together.
Another question back here?
Yeah.
Can you say like one advantage or one disadvantage?
One advantage, generally speaking, you know, CSI, we service banks. We're an MSP for a lot of banks. We're a secure internet provider for a lot of banks, and we handle financial data. So we have a much stronger technical infrastructure than is our size. We're running really serious stuff from a security perspective, so that matters a lot. The second thing that I would add to that is, you know, at CSI, we've got a culture that everybody wants to win. Everybody, if you don't get an A, then you didn't win. And so a lot of people are kind of pressured by that a little bit, so that matters too. Disadvantages, frankly, the same disadvantages as many of you have right now. There's high turnover everywhere right now. We live in a world with high turnover, and getting new people on board is tough, getting them to understand that same culture. That help?
All right, one last question, anybody?
You mentioned, here?
Yep.
You mentioned that fishing has gotten a lot harder necessarily with a lot of expenses. That's where adversaries have been getting in for a long time. So I think that's where historically a lot of common initial support came from. It's gotten a lot harder, especially in more mature organizations. So as fishing is harder, we look at other avenues. Have you had to adapt, trained to cover things like smishing? I think our conditions, full calls, hey,
Yeah, well, we're training and we've adapted our testing too. So a few years ago, we hire top tier pen test firms. So let me just say that up front. Pen testers, there's the people that know how to run a tool. There's the people that actually understand what the tool spits out. And then there's the people that scare you to death. So those three tiers are out there, okay? So we hire the scare you to death people. A few years ago, they could not get through our security to get email through. And so it was really frustrating. So they actually stepped back and resorted to phone calls. And believe it or not, they succeeded. I was dumbfounded. And the person that responded was like, seriously? How did you do that? But anyway, so they resorted to that. So yes, for example, with smishing, if we notice a smishing campaign going out, especially if it's targeting a high-level person in the company, usually either me or someone on my team or our blue team is notified right away of that. We blast out all employee communication to let them know, and we use that sometimes to educate about what smishing is and why you should not fall for that. And you know, the CEO, they're not going to send you an email and ask you to you know, buy him an airline ticket or send him $200. I mean, it's just not going to happen. You know, so we do use that as education. We also cover other things other than just fishing in our training. But let me give you a really interesting example. A year or two before the one I just told you about, they couldn't get email through our system. But what they could get through was a calendar invite. And they planted a script in that calendar invite, something I had never expected they would do. And everyone who accepted our invite just clicked yes on the script that ran, and it infected their computer. So, you know, you just have to think out of the box, and it's good to make those testers have to work hard, because then you find out where you're really vulnerable.
All right, with that, say thank you
All
very
right,
much.
thanks.
All right, so we are, first of all, I do have to go back and say it again. Fantastic presentation. I know you said that it's usually a 50-minute presentation that you did in 30 minutes, but doing that on just a couple of days' notice, I really do appreciate it. We do have time for a break. I want to tell you again, make sure you visit the vendor side, our sponsors that that make this day possible. Come back. We have a couple of fantastic speakers lined up before lunch, and then we have a fantastic lunch speaker as well. This year, we're going to do a little bit different at lunch. We're going to give away some of our traditional awards. We're also going to give away scholarships. And now I will say the students know they're getting the scholarship, but I want to recognize them publicly. So for those students that know you have a scholarship, that you've received an email from me, make sure you stick around for lunch as well, because I want to make sure that we recognize your hard work as well. With that, we will be back in 20 minutes, so we'll be back in here at 10:30. All right, so we're going to get back started. Our next two speakers that are going to be back to back are really interesting and come at things from a unique perspective. And Dustin Childs, who is our next speaker, is with Trend Micro's Zero Day Initiative. And specifically, he's going to talk about bug bounties. And it's a really interesting view of cybersecurity. I'll let him share a little bit about him. He drove up from Nashville, actually, I guess Murfreesboro this morning, to be with us today. It's a really interesting talk, and one that, particularly for those college students that need some extra money, there are some opportunities he's going to talk about during his presentation. So pay attention. And with that, Dustin, I'll turn it over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Dustin Childs. I'm the head of threat awareness with the Zero Day Initiative. I have money and I want to give it to you. That usually gets people's attention right off. What is the Zero Day Initiative, I hear you ask? Because I hear lots of things. We are the world's largest vendor-agnostic bug bounty program. What that means is, the key word there is, that's why I made it a different color, vendor-agnostic. I buy Microsoft bugs, I buy Apple bugs, Google bugs, Cisco, IBM, Apple, the list goes on and on. We're not one specific vendor. Whereas Microsoft has a bug bounty program, they just buy Microsoft bugs. I buy all of them. And we are the biggest in the world. We've been doing this since 2005. We purchase 0 days from independent security researchers around the world. And when I use the term 0 day, what that means is just a bug in software that the vendor has had 0 days to respond to. It's an unpatched bug, okay? So that's what it is. And when I say around the world, I mean around the world, on 6 continents that I buy from. I've spoken to the penguins in Antarctica. They are not doing research currently, but they promise they will send me stuff once they start. And that's what I do. So I see a whole lot of bugs, and I see the value of bugs and what it means too. And that's why if you see any of our stuff, you'll see a scare of a bug. That's the type of bugs I am buying. Bugs have a monetary value, believe it or not. And we've probably all had some sort of bug in our life that we've had from some piece of software. How much is that bug worth? If you were to sell it, how much would it be? The answer is anywhere between $150 to $15 million. So that's kind of a wide range, and I want to talk about the differences in some options. So really this breaks down into the exploit economy. And what it comes down to is, if I'm a security researcher out there, here at Murray State, or Vietnam, or Cairo, or wherever else, and I want to monetize my research, which is a fancy way of saying I want to get paid, I have options. I can go to the bug bounty route, or there's these things called exploit brokers. I can go down that route, talk about what those are, or I can go to the criminal marketplace, the illicit marketplace, and sell that way. All of these have different pros and cons, and all of these have different monetary values for the types of bugs that they purchase. But let's start with a bug bounty program. This is obviously the most common one. So you will sell right now I am paying between $150,000 and $250,000 for bugs. What's the difference? Well, a zero-click bug in Mac OS, for example, is going to be worth a lot more than a denial of service bug in, I don't know, some Bob's House of Widget Makers 4000. That's one big difference. Severity, is it a zero-click remote code execution? Is it a denial of service? All points in between. Distribution of the software, and then how easy is it to exploit? There are some exploits I've seen that will hit maybe 1 out of 10 times, if they're lucky. Race conditions are a big part of this. Race conditions you sometimes lose. So that goes into it. Here's another clue that I always tell people who want to submit to our program. The better the write-up, the bigger the cash. So if you send me just a crash dump and a brief description, I'll buy that. But if you send me a white paper and proof of concept, I'll pay more for it. Same exact bug. So that's what we do. Vendor agnostic programs will do something on the exploit intelligence. For example, we make virtual patches that we send out to our Trend Micro products ahead of the the vendor patch. We then report it to the vendor, product security response team, PCERT or CERT. And they eventually release a patch. Now, I have an asterisk there by the vendor patch, because what really happens when I buy a bug is I purchase intellectual property. That's really the exchange, is intellectual property. As a vendor, if I buy a bug from you, there's nothing in that purchase that says I have to act on the bug. And this has really burned a few researchers when they have sold a bug to a vendor, and they said, great, when's the patch coming out? And the vendor has said, oh, no, we're not patching it. We just don't want you to talk about it anymore. So now I own the intellectual property, and we're just squashing this. That does not work out very well for the vendor. Specifically, if you use drones, DJI tried that, did not go well for them. So that's why I have an asterisk there. Now again, $150,000 to $250,000, a lot of options in here. There are vendor-specific programs. I put Mozilla up there first. They're actually credited with the first vendor program in 2004. Just about everyone has one these days. It used to be really controversial. Now it's not. Tesla we work with. I'm going to show you how to hack a Tesla later. Microsoft, I was there in 2013 when we launched it. United has a really unique program. I always point theirs out because they award you not in cash, but frequent flyer miles. So the first week of the program, you laugh, but the first week of the program, somebody got 1 million miles. Like, that's pretty cool. GM has a bug bounty program. I don't know if you get a Sierra or what, but yeah, so these are vendor-specific programs. Very straightforward. Microsoft buys Microsoft bugs. That's it. Mozilla buys Mozilla bugs. That's it. Google buys Google bugs. It's actually hard for me to buy Chrome bugs right now because Google is sitting on a gigantic pile of cache, like smog, and they just are overpaying for Chrome bugs right now. I tell you that it's just really hard to buy them, but I still do. Then there are the vendor agnostic programs. I talked about us. We're not alone. Accenture iDefense actually was founded a couple years before ZDI. And in fact, ZDI hired away one of their guys to start them back in 2005. There's also the Beyond Security, Secure Team, Secure Disclosure. That's really their name. I didn't make it up. They have a limited set. They're founded in 2007. They're an Israeli company. So, and again, we all buy bugs in vendor agnostic programs and then action the threat intelligence. Then there are these folks, and they kind of muddy the waters a little bit. I call them bug bounty as a service. There's the Bug Crowd, the Hackeronis. They started up in 2012, and Starbucks has a bug bounty program. Now, I'll tell you right now, I care about Starbucks bugs. I'm glad Starbucks does. We seem to be talking about Starbucks a lot today. We'll talk about HBO instead. HBO has a bug bounty program. I don't care about HBO bugs. They do. So they don't know about running a bug bounty program, so they contract Hackeroni. I'm pretty sure you pronounce it Hackeroni. Contract Hackeroni to run their bug bounty program. And that's great. So these people can do it. There's confusion, though, because these people have huge marketing budgets as well. So they'll come out and say, oh, we spent $10 million a year on bugs. It's like, nah, your customers spend $10 million. You took 25% off the top, but I'm glad someone's out there doing it. So anyway, this is, if you're getting into bug bounty programs, I actually recommend you look at these programs because there's a lot of lower hanging fruit that you can make money off of. Like, for example, I don't buy a lot of cross-site scripting bugs simply because they're usually in web services and I don't do that. So it's really rare that I buy cross-site scripting bugs. These people do. So those bugs are a lot easier to find than RCEs in core software. So SYNAC was founded in 2013 by a couple NSA people. That's on their Wikipedia page. There's no inside information there. These people are now getting into crowdsourced pen testing. So if that's something you're looking to do, you can make some money doing that as well. I'm not associated with any of these people, so I don't get a cut. I just like telling people about it. Then there's these things called exploit brokers. And these are very interesting. You could sell to an exploit broker for up to $2.5 million right now, is the highest advertised price. And that's a lot of money. I can't spend $2.5 million on a single bug. Zerodium does. But then the question is like, well, who are they reselling to? You can sell directly to a government as well. By the way, this exploit broker stuff, so before I move into this too much, I do want to clarify one point. The bug bounty programs that I've talked about so far, 100% legal. And that's another reason, like I give you like you sign up with my stuff, I'll give you a 1099 at the end of the year that you can show the IRS. So this stuff starting out is going to be mostly legal, and that's why I want to point it out. For example, I can sell to my government. They don't mind that. Selling to other people's governments, my government has an issue with. So nice people in black suits and black vans show up at my house. They get a little stabby. And we talked to these people as well. I talked to someone from one government. He's like, hey, I just bought this bug for $600,000. Like, wow, you really overpaid. And I talked to someone else who was representing a different government, and he was paying up to $15 million for a zero-click iPhone exploit. And we'll just print more money. I mean, like, if we really want it that bad, there is someone who will sell it to us, and we'll pay their price, whatever that price may be. So, but if you're spending $2.5 million on buying a bug, who are you selling it to? Well, you're selling it to those people who can print money. So that's their primary customers. So the exploit brokers will never tell you who their customers are. The most that we've seen is they'll come out and say, we only sell to NATO-affiliated countries. Well, there are plenty of NATO-affiliated countries that have done some pretty nefarious things. And that's one of the reasons that people don't go to an exploit broker, why they come to us or somebody else, knowing that they will make less money. Because when you're reselling to the government, how are they using it? I'll give you a good example and a bad example. There was a shooting in San Bernardino, California. The shooter had a locked iPhone. The FBI paid $900,000 to Azimuth to get the bug to unlock the iPhone. Okay, helping law enforcement. Cool. Exodus Intelligence has had their exploits leaked in the Southeast Asian area where Pakistan was using it against Myanmar, somebody else. I don't remember. There's lots of countries over there. It's hard for me to pronounce. So, like, is my research going to be used for good or to oppress reporters who are, talking about, camps? And that question is unanswerable because you don't know where your research is going to be used. Now, I'll be honest with you. I got one kid in college and another one who wants to start at Vandy in the next year. So if I have a $2.5 million bug, my morals get a little different. So it's easy for me to Monday morning quarterback because I don't have a $2.5 million bug I'm sitting on. But it becomes very interesting when you get into this arena. Also, the people who are submitting these bugs to exploit brokers, they will never speak online. They will never talk to you on the record, that is. We talk to them behind the scenes at conferences and stuff. They will never go, I'm a government, spending $15 million on a bug, and I'm worried about you reselling it to somebody else. Well, governments have this apparatus that can take care of people, and yeah, that's what they do. Who are we talking about? I mentioned Zerodium. They are absolutely the biggest gorilla in this arena. Exodus has been around for a while as well. This is actually a very difficult slide for me to keep up to date because companies pop up and go away so quickly. Vigilant Labs is one of those places that has just popped up very much recently. They have a couple of Pwn2Own winners. I'll talk about them in a minute. But really, you're talking about government sales here. Whether you're going through a middleman or selling directly to the government, that's who you're talking about. Now, I do want to separate these folks out from the other folks, what I call initial access corporations. So you've probably heard of NSO Group. They have the Pegasus spyware. There's an Israeli firm. They're pretty much gone now. They've been regulated out of existence. L3 Harris is a defense contractor that is very much in existence. They purchased Azimuth, so they are absolutely in the business of selling exploits to governments for initial access. Hacking Team was a very interesting one. Because they were an Italian company. They got hacked and had all of their emails leaked. That was awesome. Intellexa is a new one. I'll talk about them in just a second. Then there's Paragon Solutions. Has anyone ever heard of Paragon Solutions? They supposedly are the follow-on to NSO Group. They're a US-financed Israeli company that's doing this. That QR code will lead you to a Forbes article talking all about it. It's also the only article I can find online talking about Paragon Solutions. So very interesting Forbes does really good work, so they would not just create a story out of nothing, I don't think. Yeah, so interesting on that. Intellexa was in the news not too long ago because they got hacked. And some of their prices leaked, including a list of their iPhone and Android price list. So it was 8 million euros for 10 phones. So you could hack up to 10 phones on this license, 8 million euros. It included help desk support, documentation, everything else. It's pretty wild. But then there's the criminal marketplace as well, and this has been disrupted a lot. Especially in certain countries, especially certain regions, it's a lot easier to just put it online rather than go through a company or whatever. And the first is exploit auctions. Forums have existed since the beginning of the internet. They continue to exist, and people will post, hey, I've got this O'Day for sale. The bidding starts at 20,000 US, or usually some sort of Bitcoin. And then it goes up to allegedly $8 million. I say allegedly because there aren't exactly receipts from these forums that we can actually check. No one's really showing us the numbers. What's interesting is the forum sales not only deals with 0 days. We have Patch Tuesday, Exploit Wednesday. On Exploit Wednesday, they will be selling in-day exploits. It's like, hey, the Outlook thing that got patched yesterday, here's an exploit for it. Bidding starts at 15,000, moves up from there. Ransomware crews is one of the big disruptions in the criminal marketplace. They used to have to go through some sort of broker or middleman to get the exploits from the researchers. Now there's so much money in ransomware, they just buy it straight from the researchers. They can do this because they have ransomware as a service. Excuse me. So they go, again, up to $3 million is what we've heard. Hard to prove. The initial access broker, though, is what is really driving a lot of this, and these are individuals who are purchasing exploits, and not only just purchasing exploits. This is a new trend that we've seen in the last year or two that's really kind of interesting. They will purchase an exploit in a device, like say a Wi-Fi router or something. They will compromise as many of those devices as they can all at once, and then sell that entire botnet as a block. That's very interesting. And this has really driven up prices as well. Again, we don't really know how high it goes, but it goes into the millions. Then there's the other disruptor, and that's cloud misconfigurations. Why pay millions of dollars for an exploit if somebody's just going to leave their Amazon S3 bucket out there open to the wild? Who would do such a thing? Well, Booz Allen Hamilton did it. They know a thing or two about security. Verizon did it. They had a breach, 6 million customers, accounts exposed on an open S3 bucket. Here's the kicker. This one's my favorite. Microsoft did it. Microsoft misconfigured Azure and opened up 2.4 terabytes of customer data. Their response? Well, a lot of those records are actually duplicates, so it's not really 2.4 terabytes. That really was their response too. That's just one of my favorite responses ever. If Microsoft can't configure Azure, what chance do we have? That's not even a joke. It's like, yeah, so there we go. So yes, cloud misconfigurations are absolutely a thing. And I was listening to a podcast on the way up here, Risky Business, if you like podcast and computer security, I recommend it. Talking about another thing in Bing, there was some sort of Bing app, and I guess on Azure, there's one AD. So if you use Azure AD, it's the Azure AD, and there was a misconfiguration that could allow anyone who's authenticated to any Azure instance to authenticate to your Azure instance. Neat. Wow. Okay, so even when you think you've configured it right, that you could still end up in a bad scenario. So cloud misconfigurations are absolutely a thing. If you're going through any sort of cloud training, please highly recommend it because we need a lot of help in that. But that's also disrupting a lot of things. So I get through this part of my talk and I hear a lot of people go, neat, I don't care. I mean, I don't buy bugs, I don't sell bugs. This is all kind of curious or whatever. I tell my mom, say, hey, do you know there are people buying $15 million bugs? But it doesn't really impact my life. Oh, how wrong you are. And that's really what I'm here to talk about is how bug bounties and these exploit economy really impact all of us and drive the security industry. First of all, if you've ever applied a security patch in the last 5 years, you've been impacted by a bug bounty program because most security patches that are produced today started out as a bug bounty somewhere. This is the bugs we bought in 2022. You see Adobe, there are 271 CVEs that we purchased in Adobe. That equates to 70% of the CVEs Adobe patched in 2022. So again, when I say we're the largest, yeah, we buy a lot of bugs. But not just our program. For example, we had 144 Microsoft cases. Microsoft published a bunch of bugs beyond that too. a lot of them came through their bug bounty program. So it's not just us doing this, but that's the most obvious thing, that here is a bug bounty program impact. But really, what we use it for is guiding and influencing research. I've been in this industry since, I don't want to say it because there's people in the room who weren't born then, but I've been in this industry for a while, and I know researchers have a lot of different motivations. Some want to be anonymous, some want to be famous. Some want a lot of time and attention, some want to be left alone. A whole lot of them want money, because cash is a big motivator. We all got bills, I don't care where you're from, so we can use our influence to guide research. And one of the ways I do that is called Pwn to Own. Pwn to Own started in 2007 as a very simple competition in Vancouver, Canada, at a conference up there called CanSec. Now, you got to go back to like 2007. It was a much different world. There were these commercials on TV. You had this really cool-looking guy who said, I'm a Mac. Then you had this nerdy-looking dude who said, I'm a PC. And the old people in the room were like, oh, yeah, I remember those commercials. And Mac at the time was very much telling how they were completely secure and never got viruses and everything else. So the conference organizer said, I don't believe this. I have a brand new MacBook, and I'm going to put it on the conference network, and if you pwn it, meaning if you hack it, you get to own it. You get to own the MacBook. And ZDI goes, and we'll give you $10,000 for it. That was the very first one. Last month, I gave away over $1 million at Pwn to Own Vancouver. So we've grown a little. From that, we are now at 4 competitions, 5 different locations, depending on what time we're at. I'm wearing a Pwn to Own Miami shirt right now. That is where we focus on industrial control systems and SCADA. Pwn to Own Vancouver, of course, still occurs. We did $1 million there. Pwn to Own Toronto was back in December. $985,000 at that one. We're so close to $1 million. Tokyo and Austin. We just announced a Pwn to Own Automotive for Tokyo next year. We'll be focusing on automotive technologies. So whether it be ECUs, infotainment systems, EV chargers, all sorts of really cool stuff will be on that too. So very neat stuff that we guide people to research. For example, we weren't getting virtualization bugs, no VMware bugs. We wanted VMware bugs. So we put it in our competition. And from that, I got one of the coolest bugs I've ever seen, and we get virtualization bugs all the time now. So by offering a large amount of money, because at these contests, I can offer a lot more money. My top prize for Vancouver, no one claimed, it was $600,000. That was for completely hacking a Tesla. Somebody came real close, they got $350,000. So that's pretty cool. Okay, so I'm going to show you last year, and then I'm going to tell you why I can't show you this year. So last year, see those 2 guys on the side? They're frightening. They're French. That's not why they're frightening. They're very smart. They are remote to that Tesla Model 3 in white, to Model S behind it in blue. They actually have different chipsets. That's why we had different models there. So they are going to remotely connect to the Tesla Model 3. And let's hope the video plays. Oh, look, we've got. So remotely, they contacted the infotainment system, took it over, and then popped the hood and wipers and flashlights. It's a front trunk. They call it a frunk, which is a stupid term. But that was really interesting. That was $75,000 that they did. This year, they came back this year and they upped their game. And we could not do it outside because they said, we're not sure what the car is going to do. Like, well, what do you mean? It's like, well, we could make it move. And what you don't see is there's a hotel right behind that. And of course, I'm standing right in front of it with a video camera. I don't want to be there. So we had the head units inside, all the electronics of the vehicle inside, so that the vehicle would not actually move or respond. What they did is they came in through the Bluetooth chipset, they moved through the infotainment system and got into the gateway and essentially took over the vehicle so that anything you could do on the screen, which is a lot, you could do while the car is moving and in operation. Yes, and it was an amazing demonstration and terribly frightening, and from my perspective, kind of expensive. but really, really cool stuff. We partnered with Tesla since 2019. Those are actually 2 Tesla engineers in the front seat. So that was pretty cool. Anyone here use SharePoint? Yes. This was another bug from this year, and this is what we call a zero-click, because it takes a zero-click from the target, and you'll see some grayed out stuff there. This is unpatched, by the way. This one has no audio. Our attacker is on the left side of the screen. Our target is on the right side of the screen. And yeah, our attacker sends some packets. So you get an extra process right there. We call it pop and calc because we usually pop the calculator open to show that it's actually going. And just that quickly, we get we get a reverse shell going. Pretty slick. It's a really boring thing to watch, but that's a zero-click RCE in a product that we all use daily, and I paid $100,000 for it. That's cool. I have a Teams demo too, I'm not going to show you, but just life pro tip, if you're on a Teams call demoing a Teams exploit, make sure you just show a video and not the actual exploit because you'll end your Teams call. Just don't ask me how I know that. The third thing that we do with bounding programs is predict stuff. And one of the things I heard, I'd never thought of it this way before, but it's absolutely true. One of the podcasts I was listening to, and I don't even remember what it was at this point, talked about CVEs. Are we all familiar with what CVE is? It's a number that's assigned to a bug. That's a trailing indicator. Like, oh, well, I never really thought of it like that, but yeah, it is. Because by the time it gets a CVE, it's pretty well known to a lot of people, to a vendor, to the researcher, to everything else. We want to predict what the trends are going to be. Bugs are hard to find. They are. They're very hard to find. That's why I pay so much money for them. Unless it's Patch Tuesday. Then Microsoft comes out and says, here's 97 bugs right here. And Adobe comes out and says, here's 45 bugs right here. And 4 times a year, Oracle comes out and says, here's 300 bugs right here. They do quarterly patches and they get huge. So Patch Tuesday turns into Exploit Wednesday. And it happens very fast. One of the things that we have to fight in ZDI is really poor quality patches, not just because it's terrible, but because it's expensive for us. I've paid money for a SharePoint bug, and it's cool. I blog a lot. In fact, I just blogged at 10 o'clock an hour ago about a Western Digital bug. You guys want to check that out. It was patched. I got ready to publish a blog about it. My mouse was literally moving to the publish button. And I got a panicked email from the researcher saying, don't publish the blog because I can evade the patch by changing one line in my exploit. All right, how much is that going to cost me? So, we purchased the bug again. So within an hour, I used to work at Microsoft at the MSRC where we put out the patches. The fastest I ever saw was 4 hours between patch release and publicly available exploit code. 4 hours. It is a losing race. So, how can we predict what's next? Well, there's this really cool page on my website called Upcoming, and it's where we list all of the upcoming bugs that we've reported to vendors but don't have patches yet. I took this a week ago. We currently are sitting on 961 0 days. So if you look through that and see where the vendors are and go, I think there's an Adobe patch coming that's going to be very impactful. Or I think SharePoint's going to have a bad day. And in fact, we see it right now. PaperCut NG. Has anyone ever heard of PaperCut NG? I'm not surprised. A couple people back there. Okay, cool. Patch, because it's under active attack. Because I'd never heard of it until we bought a bug in it. And they patched in March. And then yesterday we got notified. It's like, hey, that bug is being used in active exploits. And I'm like, really? Okay, well, that's cool. So they updated their advisory. And it's a really interesting time. We're working with the affected customers to see the mean time between when the patch was released and when those exploits started. It's a really good quantifier of how fast it takes, how little time it takes to go from patch to exploit in the wild on something that's relatively obscure. There's not a huge user base for PaperCut NG. It's not like Microsoft Outlook. That's a big one. last month, March was the big Outlook bug. Yeah, that was exploited. Publicly available exploits for that were pretty quick. So if you have a 0 day and it becomes an N day, N is a known. I went to public schools. So you can always tell like who's paying attention. N is a number of days since it's been patched. So once you go to an N day, those exploits are really easy to come by. In fact, when you're talking about ransomware, I have as many fingers as there have been ransomware that use 0 days. They just don't do it. It's just a lot easier to use N days. They're much more common, but 0 day vulnerabilities become N day exploits. So, we wrap things up here. Bug bounty programs really do affect all of us. And I love talking to college students because college students need money and I have money. And if you're looking for bugs, I will buy them for you. And it's legal. So that's why I always like talking to stuff. But it really gets you security patches, but it helps guide research as well. I mentioned Google's bug bounty program. Chrome updates a whole lot, and they are very forward with like telling you how much money they paid for their bugs. So it's very interesting. People think Chrome is a very secure platform. That's a different talk, but it's one of those things that, yeah, it really impacts a lot of things. The exploit marketplace is very, very crowded, and it's very shifty. And it's a marketplace, so it has market factors. Zerodium has what I call a reverse sale too, every now and then. Well, they'll come out and say, hey, for the next 3 months, WordPress bugs are worth double, or whatever. And that's a really interesting dynamic, and what happens is one of their customers come to them and says, hey, we really need some WordPress bugs, or whatever product. So they increase their prices temporarily to kind of cover that. It's pretty interesting. And then, I cannot stress this enough, 0 day vulnerabilities become N day exploits. And I talk to a lot of customers, and we're all the 3 unders. We're understaffed, underfunded, under pressure. I talk to some customers that, yeah, and we're underpaid too. So the 3 unders, you have to have resource management. And they tell me the 0 day exploits are so rare, I just don't care about them. It's like, great. What happens when they become N days? It's like, well, then I care about them. It's like, well, guess what? 0 day vulnerabilities become N day exploits. So you can't ignore them. The delta between patch release and exploit is very, very small. And I don't care how good you think you are at patching. The best enterprise I ever talked to the CISO of the US Senate. I didn't even realize there was such a thing, but there is. He and I happen to be in the same unit, different times of the Air Force. He said, we patch in 48 hours. Now, I did not call him a liar to his face, but that man was not truthful with me because it normally takes 30 to 60 days for mature enterprises to roll out security patches across everything. Maybe you can get Microsoft, but don't tell me that Microsoft is the only thing that you got to patch. So there's a delta there, and do not forget that. I'm online. Check me out. The QR code there goes to my blog. The neat thing about my blog is I only talk technical stuff. There's no product, there's no sales, so that's the way I like to keep it. I just blogged earlier today about Western Digital, one of their NAS devices. Western Digital's having a tough time, by the way. Keep them in your prayers. I also have a YouTube channel. Please don't judge me too harshly on it. I'm really trying. But PGP key, like I said, I buy bugs. Don't send me unencrypted emails with bugs in them, because then I can't guarantee. I know a person who lost $20,000 because he sent me an unencrypted email with his vulnerability in it. And like, my brother in Christ, I cannot guarantee that is now a 0 day. So yes, please use PGP. But we do a lot of things, especially check us out on the blog. We're also on Instagram and Mastodon, still at the ZDI. We like to talk a lot about what we do and some of the technical stuff. So especially if you're learning and getting into reverse engineering, it's a really cool thing. I also want to mention we do have an internship program for reverse engineering developing vulnerability researchers. It's in Toronto, but they do allow remote participation. We have our summer staff already, but keep an eye on us. I will tell you it's incredibly competitive. We had 1,000 applicants for 5 positions. So if you think you're one of the best, we'd love to have you. We're one of the few people still hiring right now, so that's it. And with that, I think I'm actually on time, which is amazing. And we'll do some Q&A, but if we need more time for Q&A, I'll be hanging out at the Micro booth this afternoon, like throughout the rest of the time. So please come by. I also have a lot of stickers out there, some CDI stickers with bugs and stuff, so make sure you come by and get some stickers. Questions?
All right, who's got questions? All right, everybody at one, third.
How would you recommend students get started in the bug bounty world?
That's a great question, and that's probably the question I get the most often is how do you get started in the bug bounty world? And there's not one right answer, so it depends on the person. But primarily, I would say start with looking at some CTFs, capture the flag, start reverse engineering stuff. The only book I recommend is, I think, out of print right now, but you can still get it off Amazon, which is Practical Reverse Engineering by Bruce Dang, D-A-N-G. Bruce is a friend of mine. I'm still waiting for that check every time I recommend it. But it's a very good book to get you into reverse engineering. A lot of the people that we work with come from gaming, and they get into reverse engineering games because they want extra lives or more gold or whatever, and then they start applying that to everything else. Like I said, the bug bounty programs at BugCrowd and HackerOne, which is how you really say it, not Hackeroni. But yeah, those are good too for some of that low-lying fruit. You can look at something called Burp Suite, which is also another good tool that kind of is an introductory thing to finding bugs. But that's usually where I point people. And then our website as well. Our blog has a lot of great information. We have a series called Mindshare, and the RE is the reverse engineering of Mindshare, where we go through some fundamental stuff. My blog's not very searchable. I'm sorry, I'm working on that. I'll make it better. I'm also, I think I still have budget to make a dark mode for my blog this year too, so don't judge me too harshly on that either. But that's a good resource. Question back here.
Yes. How do you think artificial intelligence will impact bug searching and reverse engineering of software?
That's a great question, and interestingly enough, at Pondo in Miami, where this shirt's from, we had one of the teams actually use ChatGPT to write part of their exploit chain. That's one thing most people don't realize if they're not into exploiting things. It's usually not one bug anymore, it's a chain of bugs. So in their bug chain, they had to have one of their pieces talk to a library that they weren't familiar with. They told ChatGPT to write that call, and yeah, that did it. We're years away from artificial intelligence really finding bugs, but it will be there. And hopefully we'll use it more in development to find bugs before it's released, to make it that much harder to find the bugs post-release. I think the pre-release finding of bugs is where AI is going to be very good. Post-release, my experience is it is not the usual paths that that software developers go that security researchers exploit. The amount of ingenuity and cleverness and just sheer brain power of the researchers I deal with, it's like, how in the world did you come up with that? At Pondo in Tokyo a few years ago, there was a group that had 15 different bugs in a Samsung phone to exploit it. A chain of 15 bugs. We got to the disclosure room, and Samsung said, 3 of those are features. So they had 12 bugs. And they're like, how in the world did you write this path? AI is not going to do that for us. We're light years away from AI doing that for us. AI is going to find, the blog I published today was a classic buffer overflow. So if you're talking about classic buffer overflows, go look at that blog, because that's a classic. AI is going to find that pre-release. So that's, I think, where we're headed with that. But an interesting question, and one that we're working on as well, because how much do we pay ChatGPT if it reports a bug?
All right, well, let me say thank you very much. Incredibly interesting, a world that I've not been involved in, bug bounties, but one that is certainly interesting. And I saw some eyes of students thinking, it could be better than a summer job.
Yeah.
But anyway, thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Like I said, I'll be at the trend table if you have any other questions.
Our next speaker, let me share a little bit about him, and he probably won't like it. He's leaning up against the wall. He knows me well enough to know to take a second. I was at a conference last year for academic excellence, all the programs that are accredited by the NSA, or designated by the NSA, we were having a conversation at my table, and there was a guy from the FBI there. And we started talking about curriculum and what do you do and we do and how's it different. And he looked at me and said, "What school are you from?" And I said, "Murray State." And he's like, "Oh, there's a guy that used to work with me from Murray State." I'm like, "What? I should know this. I should know if there's somebody in cybersecurity at the FBI." And anyway, so I started inquiring, and not only is Jason a Murray State grad, but he's actually about to be a double Murray State grad, which is pretty cool. Jason is from Murray State, finished Murray State, went to work for the Kentucky State Police, FBI, and now is the Chief Information Security Officer for Kaseya. And he did not take the normal route to, well, the state police or to Kaseya, but one that is really interesting and one that I think that you will find interesting as well. He is in town not only to share with us, but he is sponsoring an award tomorrow at the CSIS Department Awards Banquet as well. And so Jason is a wealth of knowledge and also has a big heart as well. So I asked Jason if he would just come and share some of his experiences and stories about his journey to becoming a CISO, because I know a lot of students think they want to be a CISO, and there's a lot of professionals that are sitting in the room that are on that path as well. And I thought it would be an interesting story and lesson for us to hear. So with that, Jason, thank you very much for coming.
Thank you. Yeah, no. So, brutal honesty. I have done so many speaking engagements, and getting up here, man, before you guys, I'm just going to ask for your grace, because it's a flood of emotions, to be quite honest with you. See, for those of you that don't know me, I grew up in a town, Fredonia, Kentucky, just a couple hours down the road. Was raised by my grandparents, and quite honestly, the magnitude of just being before you, having those kind words said about me, it weighs heavy on my heart right now, because I don't feel like I'm worthy. It's one of the things that has constantly driven me. If I would tell you, whether you're an MSP or whether you're a student, always stay humble and stay hungry. So I'm not going to go the traditional route of power slide presentation, PowerPoint presentation. I'm going to try to speak to you from the heart, and having gone around the room to find out exactly what it is. And do you guys mind? I got to move a little bit. I can't stand still. Hoping this is on, maybe? Yes, no? Hello, test, test. Can you guys hear me? No? How about now? Oh, there we go. Great. So we have some students online. I want to make sure that they can hear me. That's why I grabbed this. So guys, what I've done is I've gone around the room. I've asked folks, and I'm going to ask you now to participate. I want to know what you wanted out of this conference. I've heard some things.
You wear this as well.
Oh, perfect.
This will get you on the online. It won't
Okay,
necessarily work
perfect.
in the room, but that'll get you on.
Okay, perfect. I'll set this down for a second. I promise to stay contained until I can get this on. So I've gone around the room and I've asked folks what it is that they would like to hear. And so I'm going to cover some of those topics, and I'm going to...
You make sure I've turned it on.
It is on.
Looks like it.
No? Maybe? There we go. Technology, ladies and gentlemen, you got to love it. So I'm going to go around the room, and I want you to raise your hand if I haven't talked to you, if there's something you'd like to get out of this, because the one thing that pains me when we have different people that are speakers is we come with anticipation of what we might glean from someone, and they actually have the knowledge to provide it. But we either don't talk to them afterwards or we don't ask the right question. So I'll give you some ideas of some of the things that folks have talked to me about and said, hey, I'd love to hear more. I'd love to hear more about just who you are a little bit. I'll tell you about that. I'd love to hear more about Kaseya. That's a weird word, right? Weird sounding word. It's getting more out there in the press. Anyway, it's the company that I work for. How many people are Kaseya customers, by the way? I know there's 3 or 4 in the room. We got more than I thought, and more than 3 or 4. How many people are MSPs here? Business owners, keep your hands up. Businesses. How many are students? All right, how many just love cybersecurity in general? Yeah? I know I do. I've got my hand up. So I'm going to take 5 minutes, and I'm going to ask you, if there's something on your mind, let us know. I'm going to talk about that. I'm going to talk about phishing. I'm going to give you a little bit about what I've done since I've been the CISO of Kaseya and kind of how we've structured our program there. I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm not saying it's right. I'm telling you it's a journey. I'm telling you every day that we get incrementally better. We're better today than we were yesterday, and we're going to be better tomorrow than we were today. We're going to go over education. We're going to go over some personality traits that I look for when I'm hiring people, recruiting process. We want to talk about relationships, right? Relationships within the community, relationships within industry, and how that makes us stronger and better together. What else do you guys want to hear about? Somebody in the audience? Yes, no, maybe. Does that sound like good topics to cover? Sound like you would go away with maybe a thing or two and at least not just listen to some country boy that grew up an hour and a half away. Maybe you take something back and you say, hey, I either know who to go talk to implement something, or I know where to go and get a little more information. There are so many people in this room that are probably more qualified to stand before you. I just can't thank you enough for the opportunity. So let's talk about that. People wanted to know just a little bit more about me. I am just a poor country boy that lived an hour and a half away from here, that quite honestly, I'm going to share things with you that I haven't shared with probably but a few people, and a handful, and I've never said it to a room of individuals. By all accounts, by many people, I was written off. I wasn't supposed to, quote unquote, be anything. All through school, I was a mediocre student at best. I would try, and I'd fail, and I'd fail. I didn't understand why. And honestly, it wasn't until I got to this place that some of that actually dawned on me. But for those students out there, I want you to get this. I persevered, and I never gave up. And it wasn't that it was easy, because it was hard. When you're spending 5 hours studying, and you're in high school, and you see your friend beside you that's like, yeah, I didn't study a lick, and they ace the test, or they do. You sit there and you scratch your head, and you start comparing yourself, and comparison is sometimes the worst things that you can ever do. And you go, why? Why am I spending so much time and effort, and I am not getting the same results? And you know what? Honestly, I didn't think about how to get better. I didn't know what I didn't know. I didn't learn how to learn until I walked through the doors of this university. And I was very, very blessed to have someone that cared enough about me, because there is a low student to teacher ratio right here at Murray State. And because it was in person, because it was in class, and because people saw the effort that I was putting forth, they pulled me aside and they said, hey, I got this wonderful class for you. It's literally called Learn How to Learn. It teaches you what characteristics that you have, whether it's tactile, right, touch, whether it's visual, whether it's audio, how to learn. I took that class as the best class I've ever had in my life. It taught me things that I never thought I'd know before about who I am, how I learn. I'm an audio learner. I'm not a visual learner. I have done things since that class that has helped me to be more visually attuned and keen to understanding and soaking in information. And I went from a 2.6 something, student that was working his butt off, studying super hard, to being on the dean's list within like a year. But it wasn't because I didn't struggle. It wasn't because it wasn't hard. It wasn't because I didn't put the effort in. It was because I would not give up. It was perseverance. And whether it's within your company, whether it's within yourselves as a student, that is one of the things that I see of wonderful, successful people. So then I go on and I'm like, hey, I don't need to graduate Murray. I'm going to go and I'm going to be in law enforcement, right? And you're like, first of all, how in the world is this akin to business? I'm going to tell you in just a second. I'm going to be in law enforcement. I don't need to graduate. I don't need to get my bachelor's degree. And I had the right people in my life that told me how dumb that was. And after 3.5 years, I just needed a few more classes, and I needed to persevere through that. They showed me that my own perseverance and my own strategy in life, I was basically throwing that away. And so what does that mean for businesses? You got to have the right people around you. You got to have the right partnerships. You got to know, just like even in today, talk to our competitors. Our CISO competitors, we share information constantly about threats. It does none of us any good if anybody in the space gets hit. So we constantly share threat information. The other thing is I wound up, I graduated. I'm like, I'm never going to use that degree. Little did I know I'd need it to get into the FBI. You always keep doors open, whether it's in business, whether it's in life, guys. You always keep doors open. I got into the state police, and then you go, okay, how in the world does this get you to cybersecurity? How does this get you into a computer science or even engineering field? What in the world? I loved data. Data aggregation is what ultimately drove me to my love for cybersecurity, because what I started doing, even in the state police, which I continued on in the FBI, was I took data sets and data points and I overlaid them with other data sets and points, and it became very apparent where there were trends. It became very apparent where the need for law enforcement was. It became very apparent where you needed to devote additional resources to. So I did that in the state police. I wound up getting into the FBI. I did that with the FBI and gangs, violent crime, healthcare fraud. And then somebody came in public corruption. Somebody came to me and said, hey, you need to go into cybersecurity. We need a mind like you. We'll train you. We'll do everything. They did. I loved it. And the rest is kind of history. I did 1,000 different intrusion sets. I saw the good, bad, and the ugly. So what does that mean when we start talking about what did you see? What does that mean when we say, how do we protect ourselves? How do Fortune 50 companies protect themselves? How do Fortune 100 companies protect themselves? And I tell you, it comes down to them understanding the risk and doing risk evaluation, and understanding the threat. And one of the biggest gaps that we have in our industry today is being able, and one of our previous speakers, another CISO, said it right up here, being able to break down those barriers and being able to explain things to people, having an individualized plan for those folks. It's one of the things that we constantly have to do, is remember that it's all about the relationships and those people that are around us, because it is only through their knowledge and acceptance and understanding of the risk that we get buy-in and we get movement, right? I see some head nods, so I'm assuming I'm on the right track there. So how do you do that, especially when it comes to phishing, when it comes to training, when it comes to getting them to buy in? How do you do that? You heard some of the wonderful training and some of the wonderful points that were made earlier on. But how do you do that? You do that by making sure that they understand the threat, how it relates to them in their area. You also have to provide the right analogy. For years and years with the FBI, I would go to boards and I would sit at the board table and I would find it so frustrating that they didn't understand that this realm of cybersecurity was just, if not more so important than their physical security. And finally, I would say, okay, guys, you got to be honest with me. If somebody comes into your office and they leave the front door open and they don't set the alarm, what's going to happen to them the next day? Well, they're going to be fired. So why don't we treat people like that when they let people into our systems? We no longer are an institution, or we're no longer a society that keeps things in a safe, in a lockbox, in a building, for the most part. Where are all our crown jewels and our resources? They're all on our network, which we happily give out keys to the kingdom to all our employees, for the most part. I understand that there's segmentation, I understand that there's layers, all that is great security practices. But at the end of the day, that's what we do. And all it takes is a small foothold. So, what did I start saying? I'm a big baseball fan. I said, wow, every single place that I went, Fortune 50, Fortune 500 company, or mom and pop store, what was it that the CISO, even the mom and pop, would tell me? John Doe, Jane Doe. They're always writing their password down, underneath the keyboard. Whenever we're doing phishing campaigns, they're always the ones that are clicking on it. They've done it for the last 5 years. Everybody knows about it. But they've done nothing about the risk. And I was on a panel, and I looked at the panel, and who was on the panel next to me? MasterCard. I said, guys, I'm not a CISO. I'm just an FBI agent, but I don't understand why this isn't more like baseball and it's 3 strikes you're out. I don't understand that why we can't put, processes in place that help the person understand, make sure that they have the knowledge set, but if they are a repeat offender over and over and over again, that there aren't consequences. So let me tell you what we're doing. So, first of all, the MasterCard guy jumped up and he said, let me tell you what we're doing. We're doing exactly that. He didn't give me their whole training program or what they were doing, but he said, yeah, we instituted that. That's probably been about 5 years ago. It's the first thing I did when I got to Kaseya. I instituted basically the same thing. I said, here's what we're going to do. I said, we're going to make sure that, one, without warning, we're going to get a baseline. We're going to send out, we're going to test, and we're going to see how bad the lay of the land really is. Then we're going to educate everyone, right, through various trainings. I love your, make them sign, right? We actually do the gift card thing as well, carrot and stick, right? Everybody that actually finds one notifies us that this is a phishing. We give them a nice little $5, card. But those that don't and those that click on it, I'm not going to lie to you. We name and shame, meaning that their manager gets a whole entire list. The first time, everybody's kind of allowed a first time. They have to take the training. Their name's reported to me. Their name's reported to the manager. Second time that it happens, now, I'm sorry, Mr. Manager, you didn't have the proper buy-in. The manager takes the training with them, whether they clicked on it or not. Manager takes the training with the person, and then it's reported to me, and it's reported to the COO, and they have to also sit down with me and talk to me. If there is a third time, knock on wood, haven't had these conversations, and it's been 1.5 years on the third time. If there is a third time, punishment up to include dismissal. Now, what we did was we put some language in there that, this is based off of annual, and that repeat offenders, could potentially, or repeat offender act language, but the repeat offenders could be subject to the same thing. So, say you only do it twice in 1 year, twice in another year. We know that these are repeat offenders. They're not going to consistently stay with the company. But you have to talk to the CEO on the third offense. Who wants to go in and talk to their CEO after they've done this? Man, I cannot tell you how, with the carrot and stick approach, how that just dramatically dropped those numbers. And for those of you that don't know, 93% of all intrusions come through phishing, right? Human error or configuration issues. I mean, you heard the presenter right before me. I mean, they're not using sophisticated techniques. They're not using things that are 0 days most of the time. So, told you a little bit about my journey. I could tell you a lot of stories about the FBI. I was very fortunate to, work with Microsoft and set up their Microsoft Cyber Crime Center, and a little bit of everything in between. But what I really want to talk about is, I want to talk about as you become a leader and as you become someone that works with a team, you're very reliant on that team. You're relying on the people around you. You're only as good as your team. And one of the things that several of you have said that I've talked to is, man, recruiting is so hard. So hard to find the right talent. It's so hard to find the right people. Now, try hiring someone that has to do, and I don't even remember the prerequisites now, but it's like there are 4 different complex kinds of math, as well as all the computer science classes to become a computer scientist for the FBI. So that was one of the questions that Michael was trying to tackle with some of the other folks at the FBI, because it's become increasingly difficult to hire. In fact, I remember the first one that I was trying to hire, it took a right fit. Why? Because we're requiring an insane amount of academic achievement and knowledge. I think we're starting them off at about $75,000. I got really good at waving the flag and telling people how they're going to serve their country. And it was true, right? But you have to find the angle and you have to find how you're going to better the person. And as soon as I found and I created a Grow Your Own program, and I could show that person how I could take them with the federal credentials and how I could basically get them a job anywhere they wanted within 2 years, all of a sudden it was mutually beneficial. They had this wonderful government, pedigree behind them. We paid for all their certs, we paid for all their education, they got to train, and we got their talent for at least 2 years. And if they got into a management program, maybe we stretched that out to 3 or 4 years. But it was mutually beneficial, and we started getting the right candidates. Recruiting is extremely difficult. But once you align and you figure out what your talent pool, desires, wants, needs, and what your needs are, and finding that crossroads and that intersection, that's where that sweet spot is. That doesn't mean that you go take anybody and everybody. And a lot of times, you can find the people that are going to be loyal. We keep hearing about this when we're hiring folks about loyalty and how loyalty has gone. And I have really found the opposite. I've been so blessed. The people that I have hired, of all the people I've hired in the last year and a half, and I'm not talking about people that you get brought onto your team. I've only had one person that left, and it was one of those mutual parting ways, right? It was we took a chance on somebody, we elevated them to a position, we tried to train them, and it was not working. And it was a government employee. We helped them get their same job back at a local county, and that's where, quite honestly, we found a lot of great talent. I'd say you have some great talent in your own backyard right here at Murray State. In fact, there's one student that actually is here today that I would love to steal. Phenomenal individual, phenomenal talent. But it all comes down to interviewing. And students, I'm talking to you now too. Interviewing. Guys, I can't tell you how many times I have been in the room and a student I've said, hey, just walk me through a situation in life, in business, in school, where you overcame, a challenging time. Just tell me the most difficult time that you've ever had. You know what I find out real quick? And it's a simple question. You'd think everybody'd be able to answer it. I found out real quick the people that aren't ready to be vulnerable and aren't ready to really tell you about where they probably messed up. Because I don't know about you guys, but some of the most challenging times in my life probably could have done something to prevent it. Or I kind of messed up. Or I was in a situation that maybe it had nothing to do with you, but it's embarrassing to tell you, hey, or I have to trust you guys to go, hey, one of the most difficult times in my life is when I got a call out of the blue that your grandparents have been hit by a truck and they're no longer here. I mean, how do you react to that? How do you go through that? I'm not saying that you got to tell that, but I could tell you about a time when I was in high school and some kid pulled a gun on me. Okay, maybe you don't want to hear about that. But what about the story I just told you about where I had to learn how to learn? Don't you think that tells you something about the character of the person you're dealing with? Don't you think that I'm being open and honest with you and that I would be that way as an employee? And if I can trust you in the 5 minutes to tell you something like that about myself, that maybe I'd be good enough to earn this position, your trust. So, guys, I'll tell you, students, quite frankly, I remember when I walked out of the interview and the process to get into the FBI as a special agent is insanely difficult. It took me a year and a half. I went through so many interviews and processes and written tests, it was ridiculous. But during my oral interview, I walked out of there going, they'll never hire me. All I talked about were the mistakes that I made and how I learned from them. They'll never hire me because, oh my gosh, if this guy continues to make all these mistakes, how in the world would we ever want him? All right? How you react. Guys, life is rough. Everybody in here that's successful, everyone in here that you see that has a business, a company, or even works for an organization has so many scars and bruises. But we don't see that. We just see their position now. We just see where they're at now, and we see this snapshot, and we kind of fill in the rest in our mind. Guys, if you really, truly want something worthwhile, you're going to have to claw, fight, and do whatever it takes to get you there. That means for like one student that I was talking to today, by the end of the year, he'll have 6 certifications. He doesn't play video games anymore. He doesn't watch TV anymore. He goes to school, he goes to work, and he studies all on his free time. That's the type of dedication it takes to master whatever field you're in, to become an expert. I can't say enough about that individual, and I have the highest regard for him and respect, and it's one of the reasons why I do anything to get him on my team. And quite frankly, you guys should too. It's wonderful talent. Go through my last notes here. There's a lot of customers in the room. They want to know, what are you doing now? Gosh, how do you go into a company that had been intruded upon, that had decentralized security, and what do? Aren't you overwhelmed? It's just like Target. I don't know if you guys remember, I want to say it was 2013, 2014, they had an intrusion. They didn't have a CISO, and they had a decentralized process for their security. It means every organization within the organization handled it differently. There wasn't a single voice. So what did I do? I started somewhere. And that's what you got to do, whether you're a student or whether you own your own company. You got to start somewhere. How do you eat an elephant? You take it one bite at a time. And so what did I want to do? I wanted to make sure that we first had our blockers and tacklers. I started with our sock and our shirt team, and I wanted to make sure that they had all the telemetry that they needed from all the other, well, when you already have this huge behemoth of an institution, how in the world do you make sure that you get all the players singing on the same sheet of music and being harmonious? The second thing I did was make sure that I instituted a cybersecurity champions where we had individual people in every corner of the company that were cybersecurity champions that could be our voice, that could be our eyes and ears, and that could make sure that pushed out not only our processes, not only what we needed, but were there to give us real-time on-the-ground feedback, to know whether or not we needed to tweak something differently for that team to ensure that we not only had the right process, but the buy-in that we needed. Because look, a lot of people, they're like, oh, you're the CISO, whatever you say goes. No, if you don't have buy-in from the individual people that are doing the work, if they don't understand the why behind it, it's never going to work. It's never going to function, which is why those cybersecurity champions are so important. And they're a great augmentation to our entire team. Well, then the next thing I was like, hey, I want to continue with this trajectory. I want to continue with this process. I want to make sure I get a whole offensive security team that's ready so that we can start doing purple teaming, so that we can bang away on our internal products, so that we make sure that, you know, we are as ready as we possibly can be, right? That includes them being a part of our TTXs, our tabletop exercises, getting all that together for not only the executives, but then getting our hands on the keyboards, day in and day out professionals to a cyber range, right? Making sure that they actually see the anatomy of an attack as it happens. And then we went through application and security, right? Application and security for our products, making sure that we did STAST and DAST testing and code-based review, and that we had a wonderful process to ensure security within our products as they were being developed. Threat intelligence team, I love those guys and gals. Absolutely phenomenal. Help us focus and be as predictive as we can be to know what our immediate needs are and risk are to the entirety of the organization. Vulnerability disclosure program, love those folks. We have our own in-house. We couldn't do that right away, so we wound up partnering with a third party enough to do our own VDP program. And that took probably about 6 or 8 months. We have that now. And then our SEC engineering team. So we had to get a SEC engineering team because obviously with the more security tools that you have, they're only as good as how frequently you tune them. Guys, don't do this in your life. Students, don't set and forget anything. Every single day, I try to figure out and make sure that I'm learning how to learn. Ever since that class, I am always iterating on how I'm learning. I'm always iterating on the various things that I'm doing in life. I'm always iterating on, am I spending my time on the right thing in this moment? And there's always going to be sacrifices. Guys, I don't want you to look at me and I don't want you to think that I've got absolutely everything together, because let me tell you, there's sacrifices. There's sacrifices because I'll tell you one, again, this is me being honest and vulnerable with you. I went to my son and my daughter and my family before I left the FBI, and I said, guys, it's going to be a sacrifice if I do this. Up until this point, I've been able to go to every baseball game. I've been able to go to every recital. I've been able to be with you day in and day out for the most part, and I feel like I've tried to be a pretty good dad. There are moments I've been a great dad, and there's moments where I've just failed miserably. And I said, I only take this position if we're all on board, because it's going to be a tremendous amount of time and effort in what we need to do. And you've heard some of that in our building process that I've just gone over. They said, yeah, we're on board. Yeah, they're on board until until they realize the impact. And the reason that I bring this up is because we all think we know what we're getting into until your 18-year-old son, who's a senior in high school, comes. He says, "Dad, I know I promised you I wouldn't say anything, but I know I don't play that much. Can you come to one of my games?" Oh, yeah, I was at the next three. But there's always a balance. I tell you that story not so you're sad for me or anything else, but I made a conscious effort, right? Or a conscious decision that I was going to put my time area, everything into this area. And we have to do that from time to time. But then we constantly have to evaluate and say, hey, is that the right thing at this moment? Right? Just like I adjusted, you have to constantly adjust. Hopefully you have the wherewithal to pull yourself back and know it before a son, a daughter, a friend comes to you and tells you, hey, this is where I'm at. Thank God I have a relationship where you can do that. Which is why you need to have those relationships internally, and we talked about the relationships that you have to have with your folks, because you're not going to be able to do everything alone. Let me get back, because I'm going to run out of time real quick, to some of the other things. We have a whole GRC program I didn't even get to talk about. SecInch program that tunes things constantly. And then we have a third-party, a whole third-party team that looks at third-party risk and contingencies. We have a whole nother team that does nothing but make sure that we're focused on our training, our various BCP, and then regulation, just ensuring the whole the regulatory bodies are satisfied. And I'll be honest, that obviously existed in many different features and in many different ways, and was not coalesced when I walked through the door. That being said, when I sit and I talk to other CISOs, first question is, how in the world did you get all that done? How in the world did you move these mountains? It's not me, it's the team. It's the people that I've surrounded myself and created these relationships with, and made sure that they have individualized plans that meet their career goals and their life goals, and that fits into the framework of who we are as an organization. So, as I'm running out of time, I don't know if any of this has made sense, if any of this has resonated. It's what was kind of laid on my heart, and I appreciate you guys allowing me to express that and just be up here. But I'm going to tell you something that's really corny, but for the students, they always ask me, what drives me? And they ask me, what advice I would give them. And I would say that it was later in life that I learned that, and it's going to sound cheesy, I want to be the hero in my own story. Because I remember when you're literally going through the door as an FBI agent, and you got people with guns on the other side, and you're doing what you're trained to do. When you get done, you come back and you kind of evaluate that, and you evaluate your life, and you understand why you're doing what you're doing. But you evaluate your actions, and the way that I squared my actions was always regardless of how I felt, regardless of the fear I had. And if people tell you they're not afraid, well, I don't know what kind of person that is. I can tell you that there are things that I am still afraid of. Fear will always be there. It's how you react to that fear. And the way that I got through that is I was the hero of my own story. What was the story I wanted to tell to my grandkids? What was the story I wanted to tell, to my wife? What was the story I wanted to tell, when I finally retire and I'm old? Is it a story of, well, I got punched right in the square in the nose and I laid there and I didn't get back up? Or I was too afraid to go through that door? Or I was too afraid to take that jump? All too many times I see whether it's students or whether it's in our business lives, we're too afraid to take that jump. We're too afraid to learn more about cybersecurity. We're too afraid to learn more to be the quote-unquote expert. I'm telling you now, if you take 15 minutes a day over the course of a year and a half, you will become an expert on a subject. And there is information out there that is free. Free for the taking. So guys, I just want to say in closing, I'm going to open it up to some questions, but I just really appreciate you guys being here. I appreciate what Murray State does for these individual students and what they do for the community. I hope that you've seen just a little bit what they did for me. And I just appreciate you allowing me to be just very raw with you in just a few minutes that we had. Questions, comments, concerns, anything at all? Yes, sir. Stand by.
One thing that what you were just saying reminds me a lot of is a quote, a lo-fi video, Japanese lo-fi, but basically try and fail, but don't fail to try.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Very well said. Anybody else?
You have time for one question.
Oh,
Forrest, way in the back.
so before I give Wes the mic, this is someone that, quite frankly, when I knew was going to be here, was nervous. If you've ever watched his podcast, which you should, he's an amazing, amazing speaker. He's got a wonderful heart. He is somebody that you all should know, but Wes Spencer.
Appreciate those kind words. Jason, my question for you is, one thing that people don't realize about a CISO is all of the internal and external strife you face. You're the security leader, and everyone has an agenda, and sometimes things don't go well with your work, and everyone wants to point fingers. Sometimes your own clients aren't happy enough with progress. Stepping into that fire is difficult, and I don't think anyone ever trains CISOs for dealing with that. Can you just give us some of your lessons learned and wisdom from just going through some of those same challenges and trials through your career?
Yeah. Love this man, seriously. He's absolutely right. The one thing that I would say trained me most of all was actually the FBI, because unlike being a CISO, I literally led folks into searches, led folks into various dangerous situations, and unfortunately not everyone came back. I wear a bracelet on my wrist where 2 agents died going through a door trying to serve a warrant on somebody that had exploited children. So that's what's helped me, but he's absolutely right. You are the focal point. Doesn't matter whether it was your fault, doesn't matter whether what's going on is relevant to even your organization. You're the CISO. You have security in the title. You're supposed to own everything. Look, that's difficult. I've learned one thing. You don't read Reddit. Yeah, seriously, you don't. And unfortunately, I've not taken my own advice. But you don't, because it just doesn't help. And you can when you can. And I'm not going to mention, but there was a customer here today. He had an issue. It had nothing to do with security, and I was able to help him out and fix that for him within a matter of minutes. You know who you are. That helps me sleep at night. I know who I am to my wife and my kids. I hope that after conversations like these, you know who I am. I've been very raw and honest with you guys. But there's not a good answer, because you will be seen, even within the company, by some, a very small minority, as, an obstacle. Security is an obstacle. You know, this is an obstacle. That's why you want to create partnerships. That's why I talked about relationships. But how do I deal with it? I know what recharges me. And oddly enough, people are going to laugh at this. I wash my car every week because doing something manual just really helps me out. Work on my car. I am a self-taught mechanic. It is, I absolutely love taking apart my car and making it work again. I get gratification out of it. You have to know what recharges you. And then the other thing is, you have to know that you are going to be available 24/7. This is a job like none other. It doesn't shut off. It doesn't go away. And one of the things that I love is they go, well, what about your transition from government, into private sector? That job was 24/7 too. I was always tethered to my phone. It didn't matter where I went. I was always on. And I guess some people might think this is masochistic, but I love that. I love always being there. I love being a part of it. I love being, in that fast-paced environment. But if you don't, it's going to crush people, and I've seen it crush people. I've seen people who have retired thinking that, this is going to be, easy, and they move into a security role, and it is insanely difficult. I don't know if that quite answers your question or not, Wes, but those are just some thoughts on it. And since I'm between you guys, I'm just really blessed to be here and appreciate just everyone here. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Great words. And he is right. He is, well, it's not him anymore now, it's me between you and lunch. Let's take just a quick break. I want to make sure that they have the food. I've been seeing them come in with food. Make sure they have everything set up. We'll go through the line in the back. Obviously, you can see the food in here. Come back to our tables. Once we get started with our meal, then we will let you finish up with your food while we listen to our luncheon keynote. And I should say, this is maybe the first time at Security Matters ever, Wes wasn't on the agenda, so we had to find a way to make sure he got to say something. All right, let's take, I'll make an announcement as soon as I know that the line is ready.
Check, check, check. Yeah, we got it. Thank you.
Here. Welcome to the 14th annual Cyber Awards Luncheon. My name is Andrew Merle. I serve as Chief Information Officer for CFSB. First, I'd like to thank all of the speakers, sponsors, everybody who putting this event on. I'd like to offer a special thanks to Dr. Ramage. Gosh, you know, he's always working through the logistics of this event, all the last minute changes and things that have to happen to, you know, make this event a success. We at CFSB, we look forward to being part of this event every year. In fact, this event started as an internal security training day that we had. We did this over several years, and it was just really, really neat, and a few people saw what we were doing and ended up partnering with Murray State, and at that time, the TSM program, and it's just grown and grown, and over the years, we've had so many great speakers and, you know, students and people from different industries come through this event, and hopefully taking a lot from it. So, again, thank you all from CFSB. We value each and every one of you. Hopefully, you're a tiny bit terrified because, you know, cybersecurity is a never-ending thing. But hopefully, you're also armed with some tools and techniques that'll help you in securing your businesses or help you in your careers. Being part of securing information technology. With that, I will pass it on to our speaker. You know, it's funny, every year after this event, you drive home or and you're reflecting on the speakers and the things that they've said, and there's always some different takeaways. You know, I hope y'all have those moments where you're reflecting on the different things, and hopefully something resonates with you, and you can use that in your career. But yeah. Pardon? Oh, maybe he had a lot. You're not working? Yeah, there's my good.
Oh,
All right. Thank you.
All right, sorry about that. We made it through the whole day without actually being plugged in, so battery was low. So our next speaker, our final speaker of the day, is Mike Hamilton. Mike is the founder of the Pisces Project. I won't share everything about the Pisces Project, except it is a project that we heard about at Murray State a couple of years ago and wanted to find a way to get involved, both to help our students and to help our communities. I have a lot of pride in West Kentucky in particular, and want to make sure that our community is as strong, our communities are as strong as they can. And when I came across the Pisces Project, I thought this is a great way to help our region and our state even. Mike has a massive background. He was the CISO of the city of Seattle. He worked at the state for a while. He started the Pisces Project, helped to co-found Critical Insight, which is a MSSP, kinda, and doing a lot of great work. But I will tell you, you need to go to Critical Insight and find a way to register for his daily newsletter. I get an email, he's on the West Coast, I don't know exactly how he does it before dawn, before, 5:30 his time, I guess. But about 7 o'clock, 7:30 every day, I get an email with the top security news of the day that comes from Mike. I know he is doing it himself every day, but it's great news and a great way to stay informed about what's going on. But I'm looking forward for you all to hear from Mike and hear about the Pisces project. Mike, thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Dr. Ramage. And first, let me just say, can everybody hear me? Yeah, good. I don't really need this, but there are people online. So, hi, I'm Mike. I live in the Pacific Northwest. And what that means is I own a lot of hoodies, and my eyes don't take sunlight very well anymore. Here's clicker. I probably should have learned to use this first. There we go. So there's me. So I've done all this stuff. And my career in information security, and that's what I call it because cyber was not a word when I started doing this. You will notice that one of these things is not like the other. Okay, so there's a lot of stuff that actually isn't on here. So, for example, I have been to the bottom of the ocean in an 8-foot diameter titanium sphere called the Alvin, which is the one that went and found the Titanic. I have worked for organized crime, fled to Arkansas, and I have degrees in earth science, 3 of them, from Southern Cal, none of which prepare me for any of these jobs that you see on there except that last one. So the transition from getting from satellite oceanographer, basically at JPL, to getting into InfoSec, I can tell you about those things now because the statute of limitations has expired, which is a way to say that today you can get your degree in cybersecurity. If you get your pedigree the way I got mine, you are going to go to prison. However, the company that we started, Critical Insight, we value that kind of thing. So here's a heads up. When you're going into an interview, one of the things you're likely to be asked is tell me about your home network. Tell me what kind of experimentation you do. Can you put a network together? Are you monitoring your network? Have you scanned Bank of America to see what they look like? Have you walked right up to that line of doing something illegal? Do you take risk? Are you curious? Because that means a whole lot more than your degree. Okay? All right. So, a lot of this stuff we're not going to talk about. We're going to talk about the thing that drives me the most, which is the nonprofit that I started, Pisces. And so let's tell that story here. So when I worked as the CISO for the city of Seattle, I had previously been the managing consultant for VeriSign Global Security. What that means is you take an airplane to go to work, you live in hotels, you drive rental cars, and you eat in restaurants, and VeriSign drives a dump truck full of money to your house every 2 weeks. And that was great. And then my daughter was born. And if you're going to be dad, you don't go to work on an airplane anymore. So I took this job in the city of Seattle and an enormous haircut, as you could tell. And I found out that what your local government does for you is much more important than a lot of things you're led to believe are important, okay? So here's an example. When you get that letter from a credit card company that says your credit's going to be monitored for free for the 500th time, that is not important, all right? I know a lot of people in here work in the finance sector, okay, I mean, that's a thing. But if your kid quits breathing and you call 911 and that doesn't work, that's the worst day you are ever going to have in your life, okay? So this is what's important. These are the critical sectors. I got this from a buddy of mine in the FBI, all right? Local government makes your toilet flush. You know what happens if your toilet doesn't flush for 3 days? Public health emergency, okay? Makes your water drinkable. Gets the fire department to your house on time before it burns down. And IT holds all that stuff up, all right? So I got to work for the city of Seattle was, holy cow, you guys are not doing security right. And it wasn't just the city of Seattle, it was all of the local governments in the region. They were kind of buying firewalls and calling it good. Well, that's not good, all right? You need to monitor your network. In the meantime, there's this problem. If you are a local government, a city, a county, right, a small maritime port, things like that, you don't have a chance of attracting and retaining the practitioners that you need to keep those critical services running, right? So I think we all know this. This is a seller's market right now. Organized crime is recruiting you people. Do you know that? I hope not. Okay, all right, so I'm the CISO for the city of Seattle, okay, which is a wild place to work, as you probably can guess. And if you're the CISO of the city of Seattle and you're working in government, you can go out and get grant money. And so I said, hey, nobody around here is monitoring their networks, right? You see, I came from VeriSign and Guardant. Well, we started in MSSP in early 2000s, in fact, 1999. So I said, we got to monitor this stuff. And all of these little guys don't have any money, so we got to do this for free. So went out and got a bunch of grant money from what's called DHS S&T, Science and Technology, cool people there. And we started this thing, and we called it PRISM, which after Ed Snowden rolled NSA turned out to be really bad branding. But public regional information security event monitoring, okay? So we were doing free monitoring for all of the small jurisdictions around the Puget Sound metro area. So we had it in one place, and we could see what's the attack surface of our region look like. And this bubbled up to the Fusion Center where they could share that information. Everybody know what a Fusion Center is? Nope. Okay, we got one guy. Okay, so the Fusion Center, so September 11, 2001, this bad thing happened. September 12th, 2001, you heard, hey, if we had had all the pieces of the puzzle in one place, we could have figured that out. The Fusion Center became the one place. State law enforcement, federal law enforcement, DEA, TSA, Marshals, Secret Service, they're all there. And they all have their own classified systems and they can fuse information, okay? So we bubbled this up to the Fusion Center so that if federal government needed to know anything was going on, they would know. And this was a long time ago. Then I went to work for the state of Washington as a policy advisor. I have a picture of me and the governor. I'm talking to him, and you can tell he doesn't understand a damn word I'm saying. It is like obvious, all right? And finally I ran screaming out of government. While that was going on, though, very interesting things started to pop out, okay? See what it says? APT-1, okay? What are we up to? APT 967 now? FBI came into my office, stood on my desk, and said, here's a CD. Don't be talking to any of these. So we ran them through our PRISM system. Oh, the maritime ports that we monitor are talking to these, right? We had 9 cities and counties and 6 maritime ports on Puget Sound. We were monitoring all these things for free. So that was bad, but hey, it looks like this regional monitoring thing is actually kind of working out. All right, let's pivot a little bit here. All right, so other speakers, who I really enjoyed, by the way, have talked about risk, all right? Risk is not vulnerability, risk is not threat. Risk is the product of 2 things, the likelihood of something bad happening and the impact of that thing happening, all right? What's a bad thing? SQL injection? No. Cross-site scripting? No. Buffer overflow? No. And by the way, those of you that want to get into a bug bounty program, there's a seminal paper you should read. It's called Smashing the Stack for Fun and Profit, and it came out in the 80s. And that's how far back I go. You can Google that and find it, and it'll tell you exactly how this, finding a bug works, all right? So these 2 terms, the likelihood of something bad happening and its impact. What's a bad thing? Unauthorized disclosure of protected records, theft, extortion, and just getting knocked down to get knocked down. And when you're talking to somebody in a C-suite, you don't say scary Russian cyber buffer overflow SQL injection. You say things that involve money. Unauthorized disclosure of protected records, all right? What's a record cost to clean up if you do that? A couple of $100. You got 1 million records in a database, meets the definition of personally identifiable. You have a potential liability of $200 million. Is that at medium risk? Is that at 50% risk? You have a potential liability of $100 million. Can I have $50,000 for controls to cut that risk in half? Oh, I get $50 million in risk reduction for $50,000 of investment? That's the way to have the conversation, all right? You guys are all now down at the technical level, And eventually, you all get up to that business level. Okay, so if you want to buy down risk with the likelihood term, you deploy preventive controls. You train your users. You filter your email. You have firewalls, intrusion prevention system, blah, 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 okay? You will never drive that risk to zero that way, ever, all right? You know why? Because there is not now, nor will there ever be, a firewall for stupid, okay? We have people on networks that do dumb things. Hey, I found this USB stick in the parking lot. I'm just gonna jam it in here and see what it is, all right? All right, half of what my company does is break into networks. We know if we have any trouble getting into your network, we're just putting USB sticks in your bathrooms. All right, so you've done everything you can to buy down risk with that likelihood term. Then you got to work on the impact term, all right? How do you buy down risk addressing that impact term? It's through detection and response, all right? Something bad got on the network, but we see the signal, somebody's talking to command and control in Uzbekistan or someplace, all right? If you're monitoring your network and you see that, you can go put out that grease fire before your house is engulfed in flames, right? So very important. This turns out to be a bit of a weak spot, okay? Also, this is from a buddy of mine at the Secret Service, and I don't know how current that is, 200. I think that number has gone down some, but most organizations do not do this well, if at all, all right? So, right, this is a gap. Detection and response is a gap, and I hope you see where I'm going with this. All right, so here's what Pisces does. That original thing, PRISM, got bolted onto universities. So we monitor small cities, counties, ports, and hospital districts, and our first hospital district is in Kentucky, all right, for no cost. Why? Because we collect data from those networks, and it's not data, we can't read email, we don't see web pages, no health transactions, nothing. Source address, destination address, port protocol flags, timestamp, size, etc. The data about the data, the metadata, IDS alerts, right? Everybody knows IDS, intrusion detection system, right? Okay. So we deploy a collector on a network. It has Suricata in it, right? Intrusion detection system, and it's pulling NetFlow off the network. That is made available to students in currently 14 universities in I think 5 states, so that when you are learning to be an analyst, you're doing it with live fire. So small cities and counties get infrastructure protection because they make your toilet flush. Students are workforce development part of this. Students are being trained as operational analysts on live fire in critical infrastructure, hopefully in their neighborhoods. Right? That mission focus is very, very powerful. You're keeping your community alive. 911, elections, water, man, that's important stuff. So, students get very well into this, and I will tell you that most of the universities and colleges that we're working with, students of their own volition create clubs so they can do this after hours. They can keep mining data after hours. Okay, so this is what Pisces is. Now, everything needs a clever acronym, right? So public infrastructure security cyber education system, right? It's about infrastructure security, that's my swim lane, all right? It's also about workforce development because we need people to have eyes on, right? This whole bit about automation, maybe someday, hopefully this century, that'll work. And everything will be automated. We'll be able to detect everything that goes wrong and put out that fire. But I will tell you that I have been to lots of Gartner conferences, and Gartner polled all of their customers and said, would you allow a piece of technology to make a decision on your behalf without oversight? And 100% said no. All right? So when you learn about automation, remember what it is. Okay. All right. Here's what Pisces does not do. It's a happy meal. When all of you are out for Christmas break, there are no, okay? And so, and I'll tell you later, we supply our own analyst. It's a person to provide oversight and feedback and things like that. All right? So really, it's NetFlow, it's IDS alerts. It's nothing in the cloud. We don't monitor endpoints. We can't do, we can't quarantine an asset at 3 a.m. on a Saturday, right? Which is what the commercial stuff does, right? But we are going to flood the market with practitioners, these analysts. And when we are neck deep in cyber people, such that they're not as expensive as they are now. They're not as mobile, right? When you guys get jobs, you know you can change your job every 6 months and double your salary? Yeah, that's what today's world is, right? We have to stop that, right? And I hate to say it that way, but it's true. Okay, now, I know that when everybody gets into cyber, you're really attracted to the sexy side of this. I want to be a break-in artist. I want to be a red teamer, pen tester, right? Okay? How frequently are organizations required to do a penetration test? Anybody know? Once a year. So if you had a toilet that got clogged once a year, would you hire a plumber to be on staff? No. No. So a lot of the people that get into penetration testing actually do go to things like bug bounty. And some of them go to internal teams that are more DevOps because you need to test product before it goes to general availability and exposed to the public, right? So, but what we do need are analysts, okay? So this is from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and these are the fastest growing jobs through 2029. There's only one cyber job on the list, all right? This is who is getting hired at the greatest rate, and students need to know that. I think it's also extremely interesting and kind of cool that it's also wind turbine service technicians and solar voltaic installers. That's kind of a good direction I like to see going. Okay, so bear that in mind, right? These are the people that are getting hired. Now, here's what Pisces does. So Pisces really handles a lot of legal contracts. So we have memoranda of understanding with universities that are going to teach curriculum, because everybody teaches it the same way. We provide that curriculum to universities for them to teach. We provide access to the Washington State Academic Cyber Range, where all this information that's getting hoovered up in Washington, Idaho, Montana, a whole lot in Kentucky right now, Alabama, it all goes over to there, and every semester, quarter, all of the credentials from the previous quarter are flushed. Goodbye, no more access. And then we re-provision the incoming quarter. And there's a whole lot of coordination and logistics that have to go into that. So we have memorandum of understanding with our lead university, which is Western Washington University. We also have a contract with Critical Insight, my company. So see the logo? We have the coolest logo. It's tattooed right here. We also have statements of service with cities, counties, ports, hospitals that we're monitoring in this way so that they understand the students are your analysts. We provide that oversight analyst, but for the most part, students are the analysts. And it's a happy meal. It's IDS alerts and NetFlow. We don't look at your endpoints. We don't know what's going on in the cloud, none of that. But still, when you're talking about a small jurisdiction in a rural county with a number of employees running the thing of 50, 60, something like that, they cannot afford anything. And this is better than nothing. And the impact of this is we're creating these practitioners in their neighborhoods so that they can end up working where they live, right? This analyst role is the perfect remote job, right? So, and if you think about it, the more that we push out, the more that we expand this, and we're expanding like crazy right now, what we talk about is people that are working in, if you're a rural county in Wyoming and you've lived there all your life and you've never seen anybody with a tech job, and all of a sudden you get to stay in place where you like to live, hunt, fish, do whatever you like, and start making $70,000, $80,000, and people are going to see that. And people are going to go, hey, this tech thing doesn't look so bad. Now, there's all these stereotypes were probably not right? The whole tech bro thing, right? And we start squirting money into places like that, we start to move a very different kind of needle for the United States, okay? So, these are all of the contracts that we maintain, and we're constantly in communication with, people that are interested in being monitored, in schools that want to teach the curriculum. And frankly, my job has been reduced to doing what I'm doing right now. I just talk a whole lot. Okay, all right, here are the outcomes. So, obviously, it is infrastructure protection. So when I say that, you know, if you've really looked at IDS alerts, right, and you have actually seen the behavior going on in networks, especially when it's going back and forth to the internet, you know, number one, there's a whole lot of people twisting doorknobs out there. Number two, an IDS system, 99% of what it tells you is nothing, okay? It's just useless information. So we try to, you know, tune out a lot of that stuff, but when the students are looking at the IDS alerts, they go, hey, here's one that looks like it might be the real deal. And they will open a ticket for it. And our oversight analyst will help them and provide feedback in that ticket, right? Okay, look, you reversed source and destination ports. Port 80 is never a source port. And you all know that, right? I hope. In fact, if I say port 53 UDP, what are you going to say? Nobody said DNS. That's bad. That's the kind of stuff you got to know in order to be a good analyst. You have to know what is going on a network. So, IDS alert, hey, looks like the real deal, open up a ticket, and then start mining the net flow. What happened 5 minutes before and 5 minutes after? All right? Did somebody trip over something on the internet? Did somebody shove in a USB stick and something fired off, detonated some malware? We can see that stuff, you know? Not as well as a commercial operation, but we can see all that stuff. Okay, so far, 14 colleges and universities. That participating communities is now over 30, and it's growing fast, faster than we're actually comfortable with right now. Every quarter, there's now about 150 students enrolled in this, and remember, some schools don't teach this every quarter. So about 1,200 people have gone through this, and now we have a certification that we apply so that when you walk out, right, it's basically one class. But when you take that class and you're done with it and you get your degree, you get the Pisces certification that says you have operational experience with a real-time data as an analyst working in critical infrastructure. The Boeings, General Dynamics, Microsofts, Amazons, Googles of the world have discovered us, right? Originally, this is, hey, we need workforce development, right? If my company's going to be a focal point for the resources that nobody else can get, we need to crack the code on the people problem at scale. Okay, so we did that. So now I have to compete for the resources coming off of here when at first they were all ours. Pisces works. It is working really well, and you guys are a Pisces school. In fact, you're the first one in Kentucky, and I think we have about 8 jurisdictions in Kentucky that we're monitoring already, and we want more. Cities, counties, and in fact, we're concerned about rural health a lot. So small hospitals, very important. Okay, so you see what the Pisces schools are, and there you. Here's what the curriculum is like, and really you need a background in networks before you really understand what you're looking at in these network flows. Because next time I come here, say port 53, UDP, I want everybody to scream DNS at me. All right? Got to figure out how the stack works. Okay, anybody heard of an ELK stack? Elasticsearch, Logstash, Kibana. All right? That's what we're throwing all this stuff into. Kibana is the interface that you have to mine things in there. There's also a ticketing system, and we just got a penetration test from the National Guard, and that ticketing system has got to go. So we're going to get another one. So how the stack operates, and then what an analyst does, right? That thing I said. You're going to find an IDS alert. You're going to think, hey, this thing is, potentially real. You're going to escalate that as a ticket. You're going to work with some other people on this. Potentially, your peers on the other side of the country, right? And we're going to put out those little fires before they get big. So, for example, 3 weeks ago, we found a compromised HVAC system, right? If you have a compromised HVAC system in a data center, you have about 15 minutes to live if they decide to turn that thing off, and then you lose everything. So, we find some great catches here. The curriculum is extremely portable. Every year there is a meeting of instructors where people can feed back, and we can modify the curriculum so that the next quarter, it's better, and it's better, and it's better. And there are interesting things that, that we've already folded back in. I didn't talk about research much because, for the most part, this is grad school stuff. But we've done some interesting research. So If I say, so like DNS is the key to everything. Entropy in DNS A record lookups is an indicator of compromise. All right, what does that mean? Well, it means piece of malware lands and it's got to go find its command and control. Well, it doesn't use IP addresses to find those because those get taken down all the time. But if you use a domain name, right, a fully qualified domain name, all you got to do is change DNS record out there and then you're pointing to the new one. So what happens is this stuff lands and it goes, and it looks up a whole bunch of A records at once. Okay, so that kind of entropy, that kind of variance right there is an indicator. And so that's been some of the research that's been done. Interesting story, there was, in the very first Pisces class, there was a guy that we ended up hiring who now works for, I think, Zulily, which is a clothing manufacturer, I don't know. And he did a poster as his capstone project, and it got sent to the conference in New Orleans, but he didn't have any funding to actually go. Poster without him there took second. So there's lots of research potential here. How am I doing on time? Am I good? Am I talking too fast? Am I talking too fast? Okay, so here's the kind of things we find that we report to these communities. And I gotta tell you, they are so thankful if we tell them these things, right? We had things taken off the internet because they're getting hassled so badly. So MSPs, there's a permitting server called Granicus. You ever heard of that? That thing gets hammered. I don't know what's wrong with it, but man, that keeps coming up all the time. You know, there are policy violations we find. It's like, hey, do you care if your people are using Tor? I mean, they really don't. Yeah. You know, we found configuration mistakes, right? Somebody had a DNS server where whatever hit them from the outside, they went to an internal DNS server to say, resolve this IP address, which is wrong. So, you know, we're actually helping people build their network better. When we see a lot of ad traffic, you know, we tell people that you may have picked up some adware that's hitting a bunch of ads in the background, so somebody gets paid for all that. So we find a lot of stuff. Okay, this is what I got to spend a lot of time doing, is talking to media about this. I haven't said yet, but this is funded by the Department of Homeland Security, and I was actually able to brief the director, Jen Easterly. She is way cool. She is super cool. Do you guys know anything about her? She's a very, very interesting person. So here's just a bunch of stuff that, you know, podcasts and media. So my point here is you can Google this and find all kinds of stuff out there about Pisces. Okay, so here's the organization. So yes, we are funded by the Department of Homeland Security through CISA. Now, federal funding does not last forever. The political winds blow the other way and funding blows the other way. So the deal is we are working with states at the state level so that we deploy on federal money and then it converts to a state thing. We are an actual 501c3. So if anybody wants to donate money, it's tax deductible, please do. We have a board of directors. I'm the chair, but the membership on that board, the CISO of the city of Spokane, we have a state legislator on there. PNWER is the Pacific Northwest Economic Region, which represents 5 Western states and 5 Canadian provinces. Washington State Fusion Center is kind of hanging out at the board meetings. We have a pro bono law firm, and thank goodness it's pro bono because those guys are $800 an hour. So here's the requirement for being a monitored jurisdiction. It's sub 150 employees. And there were, I was talking to University of Montana, and he said, hey, we have some small colleges. Could you monitor those? No. And here's why. Because while they may have only 100 employees working at that college, they have 1,000 students. Student traffic is not something we want to look at, for lots of reasons, especially no dorms, no dorms. We have to supply engineering operations, we have logistics, we're buying computers all the time, building the computers to send them out, so we have to have an engineer working with us. We're about to make our first hire. DHS funding through 2024 is probably going to last longer than that. We do have room for one more state into which we can expand. So officially, we are in Washington, Colorado, and Kentucky. Montana is trying real hard to be that next state, and so is Maryland. So we don't really know where that's going. We are also partnered with the 100-pound brains at Pacific Northwest National Lab. And so they are conducting research on a 90-day pull of the data set. We only keep 90 days of data. That's it, right? And it's metadata. If we lose it, it's a tree falling in the forest. But it is valuable for research. And so they're working on that right now, and they are bringing some students in. So a Pisces chapter, right? So we're trying to chapterize this thing, and ideally we will find a nonprofit or some organization working in a state that wants to do this, okay? They have to supply a professional analyst to provide oversight to the students and to escalate things to customers, okay? That oversight analyst is really, really important, and we found that out when during Christmas one year, one of the Pisces customers got hit with ransomware and nobody was watching. So we got to have somebody watching, because even though you're small, your jurisdiction is small, you still do critical stuff and you're still a target. All right? So those tickets get reviewed, all the student tickets get reviewed, everyone gets feedback. Hey, I don't think this is a thing. There were 0 bytes transmitted. This thing did not work. It looks like the firewall stopped it, et cetera, et cetera. And that student feedback turns out to be super, super valuable. So anybody in here has taken this class yet? Yes? So do you know who Ashlyn is? Nope, that is the analyst that works alongside you guys feeding back on your tickets. Ashlyn is a really interesting person. She worked for Critical Insight as an analyst, and this ends up being the perfect role for her. Why? And this may be a little surprising. Ashlyn is on the spectrum. And it turns out people on the spectrum have some incredible attributes, and one of those is just unbelievable focus. I mean, the ability to pull on a thread and find out where this thing is going, right? That's who's working with you. And we're about to hire somebody to report to Ashlyn. Big deal is making customer contact. We are probably 3 times a day have to say something to our customers, and sometimes that's just, block this IP address because they're really hassling you. Some of it is we send out, hey, and we could send this out every day, patch Chrome. It's every day it goes bad. But, explaining the Microsoft patches, things like that, and all these customers, they really appreciate hearing that stuff from us, okay? And also conduct independent investigations, hunting, okay? For IOCs, indicators of compromise, so we pull in different indicators, right? Simple ones, IP addresses, domain names, stuff like that, don't talk to these. And then we will go mine the data. Did anybody talk to those bad addresses before we knew they were bad? Before we had a signature that would fire off? And we find some interesting things that way as well. Okay, and then here's the thing I have to finish up for March, is the monthly report. And the monthly report goes out to all of the customers, and it details for each one the amount of data we ingested on your behalf, the number of alerts that were in there, and the number that got investigated, and the number that were reported to you, along with some other really interesting metrics that we kind of made up. So for example, we're monitoring all of these customers, and if we look at a number like number of alerts per terabyte per user, we can kind of do an apples to apples comparison across all the customers. So some of these, if they have very few people and sky high number of alerts, maybe their users need some training, or they have some kind of configuration problem or something like that. So it helps us tease out the ones that are probably, in need of a little bigger conversation. So these end up going to Homeland Security and other places as well. Okay, so here's where we're going. So there's already a SOC operations class that we've added to this. It's been piloted in a couple of places. SOC operations being more like being really good about the content of tickets. And what do you do with shift change, right? And eventually, when we have enough schools across the country doing this, we're never going to get to 24/7, but we will start to do things like shifts. So you can transmit what you're working on to somebody on the other side of the country and they'll pick it up. So that'll be good. We are doing, Tenable was nice enough to give us a nonprofit license for Nessus. So we are scanning all the perimeters every month and reporting to all the customers, hey, here's what we found. And they appreciate that a lot. Now, a 4-year degree in cybersecurity, okay? Cybersecurity is this big fuzzball of stuff nobody really understands, right? Getting good at a little piece of it and getting in the door as the 10th fastest growing job in the country is the way to get in, right? It's a way to get in. It's the most parsimonious way to get in, all right? So you can go to a 4-year school. You can get your degree in cybersecurity, and I'm sure that that philosophy class is doing something for you, but that's not really what you need to know to surgically apply yourself to that job, okay? So we are designing a 2-year, in fact, as I was talking to Michael, your certification program looks a lot like that, and that's the way to go. It's a couple of years, here's what you really need to know, get some live fire training, and boom, you are off to the races. And that's where you start to develop your career in cyber. Notice I always use these when I say cyber. Anybody know where that word came from? William Gibson wrote a book called Neuromancer. It's a sci-fi book. First time the word cyberspace was ever seen. It's really a good book, but that is the dippiest word. Oh. Okay. Yes, we have a certification program now. You get you can put on your resume that you have this certification, and this will be very soon recognized across the country because DHS is going to help us promote that. K-12 program. So we cannot give K-12 access to live data. And there is no way that we would be able to do that provisioning and deprovisioning of all the students every quarter if we were doing K-12 across the country too. So we're going to can stuff, and there will be exercises that they can go through using the same method of getting to the data. They go through a portal at a cyber range. And we're probably going to end up with another cyber range on the east side of the country too. That 2-year program, if we can get to that, what we are going to build into that is a mandatory internship in either local government or health. Why? Because they're really critical. You can't let a hospital get knocked over, okay? The other thing is because it rounds out the experience you got in class with now I know how to fit into an organization. And so a year internship or even a 6-month internship in an organization like that, man, you are off to the races. There is no way to stop Google from hiring you at that point, if that's what you want to do. All right? And we are getting into monitoring rural health organizations, and the first one is here in Kentucky. And I don't want to tell you what it is because it's not firing on all cylinders yet. So that's where we're going with all of this. So this is for any local governments that happen to be either anybody here in the room from local government, cities, counties, stuff like that? All right, so if you want to initiate this, basically just get a hold of us because we're pulling everybody we can into Kentucky, and your state government has agreed they are going to support operations and maintenance once we get a good footprint out there, and we are rolling people off the assembly line, and they are getting hired, staying in the state, adding to the state economy, in fact, your local economy. So if a state wanted to do this, that's what you got to do. The SLCGP, that's State Local Cyber Grant Program that's built into the Infrastructure Act. The year of planning is going on for that right now. It looks like Charlie Foxtrot all over the place, so I don't even know if that's going to work. But the state government buy-in is probably going to come in Montana next, which is great. Okay, that is how to contact us. We have a whole bunch of these marketing slicks, I guess you would call them. One's for students, one's for universities, one's for local government. You know, read all about this in very short one-pagers, but really just contact us. And so there's our email addresses, and I am very easy to find myself because my marketing guy makes me be on YouTube all the time and stuff like that. Okay, that's it. So, ask me anything.
Well, you have one question.
How much did I go over? Okay. Right back there. Here, I'll come give you this microphone. Yeah, well, we want the people online to hear.
How do you plan on growing beyond that grant program so that you can serve more communities?
Right, so exactly like I said, it's not going to be on federal money. What happens is the state takes over operations and maintenance. And $250,000 a year for a state budget is buzz. They don't even notice it. So if you've ever worked in selling to government, you know the government's pretty sticky about things like that. So that is the way. That's how it gets funded, just for operations and maintenance. Expansion will be done with federal money. Does that answer the question?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Is that it? Is that it? That's it. What?
So we have an award that we give out.
Oh,
So our
cool.
lunch and keynote speaker is
Oh, cool.
the Nathan B. Stubblefield Distinguished Lecture Speaker. And so this is for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And if you wanted to know who he was, so the inventor of wireless is actually, the wireless telephone is actually from Murray. He just didn't.
Really?
He just didn't win the patent first.
And Marconi did, or whoever?
Marconi did.
Marconi did.
So let me get
Very
a picture over here.
Very cool.
All right. Hey, thanks a lot, everybody. All right, before you leave, we want to give away a couple of awards. Each year at this event, we give out our annual awards. And this year, I want to give out a couple of student awards as well. And that's because, particularly, well, two reasons. One, and the most important, is because where is he? There he is. We give out a number of scholarships in the Cybersecurity Network Management Program each year. We give out a National Advisory Board scholarship. We give out a scholarship, Computer Services Incorporated scholarship. We give out a transfer scholarship, Gene Wells Ray scholarship, and we give out a Mike and Cindy Bowman scholarship. Dr. Bowman, who's sitting in the back, this is the first time we've been able to do this, and this is pretty cool, donated to the university to create an endowment to give out a scholarship each year. Actually, this year, it's a little special because we're actually able to give out two. Normally, it's only one. The endowment's been building. I won't say this year's been a good year for investments, but years past have been good and it's been building. We're actually able to give out two scholarships, and both of those scholarship recipients are here today. So let me ask, first of all, Dr. Bowman, if he would come forward, and let me get the Trent Perry and Jonathan Green are both recipients this year of the Mike and Cindy Bowman Scholarship. And if you would mind, I'll let you award each of them. So this is, you tell me. Trent. Yeah. Wait, make sure you're in the center. Got to have a good picture. So these are scholarships, a lot of scholarships that you receive as they're doing this. And also Jonathan Green. A lot of scholarships that you receive are only for freshmen. And Dr. Bowman knew that. Dr. Bowman was faculty in our program for a long time. I won't say the number of years. Retired a few years ago, but was gracious to come back What's that? 5 years ago. That number he's okay with sharing. Came back today and was gracious enough to do that. So that, first of all, that's pretty awesome. We have several other scholarships. I don't think many of our others are here. I know some of our high school students are actually competing at state competitions. And I'm going to check on some of our current students and check in a second. But let me give away a couple of other awards. We give out several awards. The first one I want to recognize is our Dr. Gary Brockway Faculty Staff Excellence Award. And I will say that the recipient was shocked. We had to tell him because I don't think he was going to be here until we made a point of telling him, you need to be here. And when we are looking at the awards, we're asking people for recommendations. You can nominate, and this person was nominated for this award. The recipient is in the computer science department. He teaches a class that every computer science student and every C&M student is required to take. It's CSE 101. But computational thinking is one of the courses. He teaches others as well. But what stood out about this recipient is that I ask students all the time, and some of you in this room answered me, who's your favorite teacher? What's your favorite class? What class are you struggling in the most? In transitions, I'm always asking those questions. And the name that comes up, the class they enjoy the most and the teacher they enjoy the most is this year's recipient, Clark Duncan. Oh, go ahead. Clark has been around Murray State for a long, long time. I won't say how many years because honestly I don't know. Has been in a variety of roles and very well-deserved honor. Congratulations. No, you don't, that's okay. We had a couple of recipients that couldn't be here today. You actually heard me mention them earlier because of some illnesses that they're dealing with in their family. But I do want to mention them as we go through this real fast. First, we give out a leadership award. It's the Dick Anderson Leadership Award. And this year's recipient, well, let me back up. When we first met with Mike Hamilton's team talking about Pisces, they had a list of books that they wanted us to use for that class. And this year's recipient of our Leadership Award is actually the author of one of those books. Chris Sanders is a graduate of our program. He lives down in the Atlanta area, runs Applied Network Defense after spending years at Mandiant. That is awesome in and of itself. What is even more awesome about Chris is that he actually uses the money that he makes from the sales of the books to fund a nonprofit called the Rural Tech Fund. And that Rural Tech Fund, I know at least in a handful of districts in this area of the state, has been used to buy robots, Raspberry Pis, drones, different things to help students in K-12 to get excited about tech. So he is this year's recipient of the Dick Anderson Leadership Award. He has agreed to create something that we can post online later, talking about a little bit about his career path and his career journey that he has had so far, because it is certainly one that is worth sharing. The next award I want to recognize is really a team award. It's the John Williams Entrepreneurship Award. And for those that know who John Williams is, he is obviously famous in this area for being the one to start Computer Services, Inc. in Paducah. And we named the award after him and looked at individuals and companies in our region that have started in tech, that have had an impact on our region and or our program. And this year's recipient is Chaz Robinson and the Total Tech team. And Total Tech Solutions here in Murray started about 12 years ago, and recently, and I don't want to put words in your all's mouth, but seems to be exploding with business and growth. And I see that on our side from a hiring standpoint, where they are hiring our students on a pretty rapid basis, and continuing to look for more and more to meet with the demand that they have. It is, it's always great to see another tech business in our region grow, start and grow, because we need as much opportunity for our students as possible. So congratulations, Total Tech Solutions. One other award that the individual couldn't be here today is the Lana Porter Women in Technology Award. And that award went to Sarah Kennedy. Sarah Kennedy is a cloud security engineer for HCA in Nashville. Sarah was ill and not able to travel. You may have seen an earlier agenda. She was actually planning to speak. She is committed to speak next year already. But Sarah has spoken at Security Matters in the past, and in conversations with her Chief Information Security Officer, her comment more than any other person on their team is that she's a rock star and does a great job leading for HCA. And she is a very deserving recipient of the Women in Tech Award, the Lana Porter Women in Tech Award. Again, she has agreed to create a video with me so we can put something on social media later that you can hear her career path as well. And then finally, we give out 2 alumni awards. Each year we give out an alumni award to a bachelor's graduate in our program, whether it's the Legacy TSM program or now the CNM program, and a master's in our program as well. And so let me do the bachelor's first. I'm looking around. There he is. This individual actually doesn't, I don't think he knows that he's getting the award. But the recipient this year has been, actually he started out in security at CSI before he was a student, and decided to come back and get his bachelor's degree from us online, as a lot of folks do. Frankly, he was a leader at CSI before, and he is even more so a leader now. I am the most proud of his degree because that means he's one of our alums, but I got to read the 4,000 certifications he also has. But I mean, he has a CISSP, his CRIS, SC, his CISP, ISSCP, his CISM, there's a couple of others that I didn't list that he had as well. But this year's recipient of our Distinguished Alumni for our bachelor's is Kevin Latta. And based on your face, until I said your name, I don't think you realized who I was talking about. And then our last alumni award, I wasn't going to tell her, and then about an hour ago, she wasn't coming. So, because she was advising. So I don't want to, it's not a criticism because she was doing her job. But our Master's Alumni Award goes to Dr. Marsha Combs. And before you get up, let me share a little bit about you. Dr. Combs is the director of our graduate program in cybersecurity management. She started out it wasn't Institute of Engineering, that's Department of Industrial and Engineering Technology back in the day, switched over to the Computer Science and Information Systems Department not too long ago to direct our master's program. Not only directed our master's program, but saw it evolve from what was the TSM program to now our cybersecurity management program. And while she has some help, mostly did that on her own. She has continued to lead that program, and am very proud of the way that she does that. And Dr. Combs is this year's recipient of the Distinguished Alumni Award. Congratulations. And there's actually one more, and this individual couldn't be here. He had planned to be here. I had a room reserved for him, actually, and then got called away with work. Mike Hageman is this year's Dr. Gene Wells Ray Lifetime Achievement Award. And it's fitting for him. I can go through the many roles that he's held, and he's held roles in dozens of tech companies. We met him first about 20 plus years ago at Supercom. Supercom's not a thing anymore, but old timers might remember Supercom. It was a very large tech conference. And he was with EDS at the time. And we got to talk with him, and he was willing to help us as we were growing our program with direction on both the networking side and the wireless side of things. He was a founding member of our National Advisory Board. Our National Advisory Board, literally when this meeting is over, we will be meeting this afternoon, and it is the 20th year, I think, that we have met as an advisory board. I think the first year was kind of an ad hoc. It wasn't named an advisory board, but we've been doing this for 20 years. And he is the founding member. Ms. Porter, who was here a bit ago, it was also pretty early on, but I don't know that she started the first meeting like Mike Hageman did. And so he's very deserving as well. And he actually, if he's watching online, he's finding this out in real time, because I had not shared this with him, but we will do something to let you all hear about his career journey as well. All right, with that, I got a couple of prizes to give away. So first, DevSource had an Amazon gift card, $100. I didn't realize it was $100. An Amazon gift card, and the winner of that is Jenny Watts. While she's coming up here. That's okay. That's okay. CFSB also gave away some AirTags, and let me say my wife hates our AirTags because they ding all the time, and I haven't shown her how to turn them off yet. Is Zach Coppola? Where's Zach? Oh, yeah. That's all right. That's all right. So sometimes I have really good ideas, and sometimes I don't. So the ticket idea was not a really good idea. because you all talked too much and didn't do tickets enough. So I'm not exactly sure how to do those giveaways. And I might do it based on your registration. So if you registered, we'll do drawings. If you didn't register, you better get your name on there. But I'll know if you're here. Yep, Cheyenne's not eligible. But we'll do that on there, and you will be getting an email from me if you are one of the winners of that, because that, I don't want you not to be able to be eligible for that. So we'll do that. We'll draw some random numbers, and I'll email you on those awards, and we'll ship it to you. But yes, everybody that came is certainly eligible for that. So with that, let me wrap up by sharing a couple of things. First of all, if I missed anything, anybody? Okay. Let me say a couple of thank yous. First of all, this is a lot to put together, and it's really a group effort. CFSB, the team at CFSB, Andy and Taylor and Jennifer and Dana, who had a conflict today, help with the planning and the hosting of this as they do every year. Putting things together, whether it's Annie who put together the program, and I say that just in case there's a typo, it's her fault, and Kane, who I stressed out, I'm sure, this week, doing different things, and Randall Joyce, who couldn't be here today, helping to plan for speakers, and Molly, who helped with name tags. There's a lot of help that goes around to create this event. So thanks to each and all of you all for what you do to make this happen. And finally, I want to highlight our sponsors again. That's a lot of sponsors. And it's a lot of sponsors: Trend Micro, Gear Up, System Solution, Checkpoint, Total Tech, DevSource, SmartPath, Empath, CFSB. It's a lot of sponsors that it takes to make this a free event for you, so that you can have lunch. I mean, we can put the event together and have speakers, but to have the food and have the name tags and the program and all these things, it costs. And thanks to the awesome awesome sponsors, we're able to do this. So I am truly grateful for each of you all and your sponsorship and support of this event. And finally, to the speakers. Great, each of them. Great job by all. They were different from each other, which is fantastic. And I think that all of you can probably take something away and have questions. And if you do have questions and you don't know how to get, you can reach out to me. If you got a parking email or an agenda email, if you reply to that email, I get it. So you can send me a note, and I will make sure that you get in touch with those speakers. But thanks to everybody for coming. We will do this again next April. And I'm sure we'll change things up. I like it being in here better than in the theater. It made lunch a little more chaotic, but I liked having a table in front of me versus having to take notes in my lap. But if you have suggestions or feedback or things that we can do different, let me know. And we'll certainly try to integrate that next year. If I missed anything, thank you all very much, and enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.